Okay, check 1, 2, 3. How clear does it sound, Swobie? Okay. These dials are frozen, and apparently so is my mouth. These dials are frozen. Can't turn my volume up anymore. It's sealed. Okay. Okay. I'm going to take the captain's chair then. Stealing your coffee, too. Morning, Wally. Really? Oh, no. Okay. Hate making people listen to me grunt and cough here. It may be. Yeah. Good, Mark Coffee. You're my only friend. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Don Sampson. Morning, Tammy Nichols. Good to see everybody up and at it early here on this Friday morning, day number 3. That is Swolby right in the middle of the camera. Yes, day number 3 of the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. And yes, I am bundled up. I am in my Carhartt inside of a hoodie, inside of 2 more shirts. It is nice and chilly this morning, as it has been the last couple of mornings for the festival. But it will be great weather at some point this morning, probably around 10 or 11 o'clock. That sun is going to be up, and it's going to be gorgeous weather for day number 3. That's what we expect throughout the entirety of this Black Walnut Festival. This Friday is ready to go. One thing that is happening right away, just off to our left on Church Street, is they are getting ready for the pancake breakfast, something that we are very, very excited about. This is being brought to you this year by Tour Italy. It's a group of students at Rome County High School that is looking to raise money for a trip to Italy, and they are going to be doing their pancake breakfast from 7 until 10 in the morning this morning and tomorrow morning as well. Lots on the docket from yesterday, obviously. On day number 2, Thursday, it was a great day for weather. It was a great day for people to get out and about, and the people did not disappoint. Lots and lots of human beings out on the streets of Spencer, West Virginia yesterday. It was a great day, very heavily trafficked just for a Thursday, which is not often you see, but it was a good day all around. Everybody enjoying the craft show and the flea market down at the Armory. Heritage Park was buzzing yesterday with a lot of people, as were the Train Depot Museum, the one-room schoolhouse. Spencer Middle School was on fire as well. And, of course, the courthouse square here and then the carnival side over behind the city center building was great as well. It was a fantastic concert last night. I hope a lot of people got a chance to come out and enjoy the live music from Capture, the Journey tribute band. That was well received, obviously. I hope everybody did get a chance to come out and enjoy that. What we saw while we were here was a ton of people. Of course, we had to break away a little bit, and on our way back through late, there was still a ton of people here listening to the concert. Obviously, great job by all the organizers, Kate Gaynor, Annette Claypool, and, of course, Leslie White for putting together the Queen's coronation ceremony. You guys got a chance to watch it right here on WVRC's Facebook page. And so the Queen's coronation went off very, very well as well. Sophia Weigel, crowned queen, thought that it was really neat that her older sister, who was also a Black Walnut Festival queen, was here to deliver some flowers to her as well. And, of course, Ella Wilson, last year's Black Walnut Festival queen, made a fast trip from Morgantown all the way to Spencer to be able to crown the brand new queen of the Walnut Festival this year. Now, let's talk about what's happening here today on Friday. And again, once again, we are going to be live on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, whatever we are live on right now. I do appreciate all the messages. Good morning to all of you. Yes, Pastor Mark, I'll see you soon as well. We are going to have a lot on tap here today. We've got a lot of businesses that have sponsored our content throughout today, so we're going to be having a lot of chats with a lot of people here today. But even if we are not live on audio, we are going to stay live on our feed. So if you guys have any questions about anything that is happening today, tomorrow, or even Sunday for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, feel free to leave us a comment on the comment section below the videos, and we will get the answers to you as quickly as we possibly can. So we talked about this. The pancake breakfast is getting ready to go. They've got all the equipment there, and they're setting up. They should be ready to sell some pancakes in no time. And again, that is to benefit the Tour Italy group from Roane County High School, looking to try to raise money to earn a trip over to Italy. Things that are taking place today, everything gets started at about 9 or 10 o'clock this morning. At 9 o'clock this morning at the Old Spencer Middle School building, once again, the art and photography show entries are up for viewing, as are the agriculture, 4-H, and FFA exhibits, both of those at the Old Spencer Middle School building as well. The Quilt and Flower Show down behind us at Heritage Park is open from 9 to 6 as well. From 9 to 7 p.m. over at the Armory, you've got the craft show, the David Davis one-room school pictures, and, of course, the flea market, which people love, especially Swelby's grandma, I think. She's a big flea market fan. They are going to do one-room schoolhouse tours down at Heritage Park as well. That's sponsored by the Retired Teachers Association of Roane County. That is 10 a.m. to noon. They'll break away for the noon hour due to the Kids' Day Parade, and then they'll open up for tours once again at 1 o'clock, and they'll stay open from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., the Train Depot Museum is opened up for viewing at Heritage Park as well. Right in front of us, they're going to be setting up the mechanical bull once again. We had a blast with that yesterday. We had the camera squarely focused once they got the mechanical bull put up and ready to go. That will start today at 10 a.m., and it will be going through until 4 p.m. Also, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. today and tomorrow, the Mountain Monsters men are here at the Courthouse Square. If you're a fan of that show, stop down, talk with those guys. Back over at the Armory once again, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., the Mason-Dixon boys, the chainsaw artists, will be doing exhibitions down there. They've got stuff that they have already created for sale, and if you want, you can talk to them about maybe a personalized piece that you can order from them. Also, the information booth, which is directly to our left. I don't know if Swilby can swing that camera around real quick. Some people were wondering where that booth was. It is right next to us on Church Street. That will be open at 10 a.m. And, again, they've got all of your official Black Walnut Festival gear. We had a chance to go over there and show some of the things that they had to offer. Of course, they've got your normal merch, if you will. They've got the shirts, the hoodies, all that stuff, but they've got the wind socks, the commemorative flags, the old-fashioned striped brown and yellow flags. They've got those. They've got glass-blown black walnuts. They've also got, of course, the Fiesta-ware commemorative coffee mugs for this year. Evergreen is the color this year, and they actually have a few left over from last year's festival. Not a lot, but a few, and those were, as I was told, the salmon-colored ones. So I wanted to make sure I got that right. Okay, something that's happening here today that we have never had before at the Black Walnut Festival is the petting zoo. So what is the petting zoo? It is called Mountaineer Safari. And what it is it's going to be open 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and it's free to enter, so you can bring your kids and they can go view the animals. But they invite you to buy a little bit of food before you go through, and then the kids can feed the animals as well. So the West Virginia Mountaineer Safari is going to be right down on the Heritage Park lawn today and tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That is something new that is taking place for the first time this year, and we hope that everybody takes advantage of the opportunity to go see that, and bring your kids, of course, as well. So the big draw today is, of course, the Kids' Day Parade. That will begin at noon, obviously, but they're going to set up and they're going to take the lineup down at the Walmart parking lot at 10:30. So if you are somebody that's going to be in the Kids' Day Parade, make sure you get over to Walmart and get yourself ready to line up at about 10:30 in the morning. We are going to move our equipment, by the way, at 11:30 up to Main Street. We're going to try to get ourselves set up quickly and try to cover the Black Walnut Festival Kids' Day Parade today from noon to about 1 p.m. So what else is going on this morning? Well, the 4-H FFA Showmanship Contest is taking place out at the Lick Fork Roane County High School barn. They have all sorts of things going on from Wednesday all the way through out at the barn. Of course, the Showmanship Contest is today, and then, of course, the sale is happening tomorrow evening. The food court is open once again 11 a.m. this morning, and it will be open once again through the day until 9 p.m. tonight. So, of course, the Kids' Day Parade at noon, and then we go into the afternoon session. One thing I cannot wait for is the ox roast sandwiches. They're back, baby. The ox roast sandwiches are here. They will be here from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. down behind us at the community building. And then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, they're going to be selling them from 9 to noon again at the community building. But they're also going to go mobile. They're going to be walking down the parade lineup all the way down the bypass to where the lineup starts, selling ox roast sandwiches for the people who are already in their vehicles ready to watch the grand parade tomorrow. One of the best things to come here in a long time, Grandpa Cratchit. We saw a ton of people for all the shows yesterday, and Grandpa Cratchit's show on Court Street over to our right is here again for 3 shows, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., and 5 p.m. as well. The Carnival is open for 2 sessions once again today, 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock p.m. is the afternoon session, and then 6 p.m. to close is the second session. Let's talk about the Carnival prices for this Friday afternoon. They are the same as they were yesterday, $20 per wristband, and that is in the afternoon session or the evening session. Also, you can get 20 tickets for $25 and 1 ticket for $1.50. And again, let's talk about the discount that they are offering from Cicchetti Family Amusements. If you buy a wristband in the afternoon session today and you want to come back again for the evening session, keep your wristband on your wrist. Don't take it off. Don't cut it off. Don't rip it off. And if you come back in the evening session as well and show your wristband, it won't cost you $20 again. It only costs you $10 to get a wristband for the evening session, and that's a really cool deal to try to save some money for the people here this year. So 2 sessions today for the carnival. What else do we have going on here this evening? We have live music coming up. Let's talk about the live music that we have for today. This is Friday. There's a couple of musicians that will take the stage. Rising country music group Hunter Girl is going to take the main stage at 7 o'clock p.m. tonight. That will be followed by John Morgan at 8:30 tonight. Speaking of music, another music that is going on is the Gospel Sing, the Black Walnut Festival Gospel Sing. 40-some plus years that they have had that. And, of course, just a couple of years, or last year, in fact, they moved it to Friday night. So that's taking place tonight at 7 p.m. If you want to, drive over to Faith Baptist Church up on Arnoldsburg Road. It's a really short drive. David and Sheila Bowen will be singing, and as well, they'll have Michael Combs with us as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun for this Friday at the Walnut Festival. So lots of things to take place. And then, of course, Saturday and Sunday is chock full of information as well. We appreciate you guys joining us right now. Thanks to everybody. Good morning. I am not nice and warm, not at all. I did see the News 13 weather guy downtown this morning. We were driving by to get our warm coffee, and he was set up right in front of the funnel cakes. So he was getting ready to do his little weather report from the Black Walnut Festival. That'll be cool to see on WOWK-TV, News 13. We did see that. We're going to go live on the radio here in just a second. I don't know where my Black Walnut Festival sheet is. I'll get it here in a second. Don't worry about it. I know that this half hour of content on our station and right here on our streaming services is provided by our good buddy across the way, Jason Miles Bennett with Getting Piggy With It, 304. Looking forward to hopefully talking with him again this morning about what he's got on the smoker. Yesterday we walked over and he showed us some brisket. He's got lots of ribs, I know that. He's got Cajun chicken. He's got chicken for pulled chicken, mac and cheese. Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff over there. Of course, he's got his pulled pork sandwiches as per usual. But he's got a lot of stuff on the docket. He's got some really good sides, including that smoked mac and cheese. So if you get a chance today, stop by 304 and see Jason Miles Bennett. Getting Piggy With It, 304. If you have any questions, once again, folks, make sure you send us a comment on the comment section. Give us just a second here. I'm going to call Will over at the station, and we'll go live on the radio. Good morning, Kay Williams. Yes, Will, it is less than warm, I will say that. It is a little bit chilly on this Friday morning, but it has been chilly each morning of the start of the first 3 days. So, no different here. Not a lot going on yet, anyway. The only crazy people out right now are myself, Swolby, and the pancake breakfast people. So it's going to be a good day here today. We do have confirmation from Will there at the station that the weather will warm up right around 11 o'clock. So it's going to be another gorgeous day downtown Spencer. Friday at the Black Walnut Festival, as big as yesterday was. Friday is when it really gets wild because people get off work for the weekend. Some people take the weekend off on a Friday, and people start to really come out and enjoy the festival on Friday. Although yesterday was really, really packed in the afternoon and evening. I tell you what, the concert yesterday was phenomenal. Captured the Journey tribute band. I don't know how the city keeps finding these tribute bands that are so incredibly good, but another one killed it last night on stage. It was a packed house, and people really, really enjoyed that. Right before that, obviously, the Queen's coronation. Definitely want to thank on the radio Kate Gaynor, Annette Claypool, and, of course, Leslie White, the organizers for that. And we have our Queen officially recognized and officially crowned. Sophia Weigel will reign for the next year as the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Queen. Ella Wilson was able to make it down from Morgantown to put the crown on her head. One really neat thing also was Sophia Weigel's older sister was a Black Walnut Festival Queen a few years ago, and she made it in to deliver a bouquet of flowers as well. So just really neat things happening yesterday. The food courts were smack packed. It was crazy, and hopefully they continue that trend today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Our half hour of content, by the way, on the radio station and on our live streams is being covered once again this morning by Jason Miles Bennett with Getting Piggy With It 304 LLC, one of those great food trucks. We talked with him yesterday morning. It looks as if he is too busy to be able to make it over with us this morning, but that's okay because that means he is putting a lot of meat on the smoker and getting ready for another busy, busy day at the food truck. Speaking of food trucks, the food trucks will open today at 11 o'clock. They'll be open throughout the day. But the first thing taking place here this Friday morning, we invite you to come down. We're looking right across from our vantage point down Church Street, and the Tour Italy Club from Roane County High School has taken over the pancake breakfast that traditionally was with the Boy Scout Troop 437. This year they are taking that over, looking to try to raise money for a trip to Italy. So they are ready to go. We are watching them right now. They've got all their stuff set up. So it's time for you guys to come down and get yourself pancake breakfast at the Walnut Festival and support the Tour Italy group as they try to raise that money to head to Italy. That is the only thing taking place right now. The only wild people here are the group over there and myself and Swolby. And, of course, the City of Spencer Works crew. They continue to do great things. It is if you walk out here right now, it's as if nobody was here yesterday. That is how quickly and how efficiently they get things cleaned up and tidied up for the next day of the Black Walnut Festival. We do want to thank them. So if you happen to see out and about today while you're at the Walnut Festival a orange high-vis shirt, that is a city worker, and just go up to them and say thank you so much for putting on this wonderful Black Walnut Festival. We're going to stay live on our YouTube and Facebook channels, folks. We invite you to join us there. If you have any questions about what's taking place, when, where, and how, send us a message on our comments section on our live stream. We'll get the information to you as quickly as possible. Till then, going to stop bothering Will. I'm going to let him play a little bit of country music for you, and we'll check in at the top half of the 8 o'clock hour from the 70th Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Good morning to all of you. Man, this is cool. Jana Sampson, Lori Schultes, City of Spencer, David Snyder, Kay Williams, Megan Powell, John Ellison. Good morning, John. I tell you what, John, I am sure you missed the BWF, but I'm sure as someone who used to do many lives for the station, you probably wouldn't miss the cold weather this morning. But everything else, yes, I get you. Yes, his food was delicious. The cheesy hash browns. So, one thing that Jason Miles Bennett, who is our sponsor for the content here this half hour, said he might try to do today would be a breakfast-style casserole dish. And I haven't seen him yet, so that means he may be working overtime. He thought about like just an actual hash, a breakfast casserole hash with just a bunch of stuff in it. He also talked about like muffins. Like, I don't know what you'd call it, like a quiche muffin or something like that with breakfast items in it. I don't know what he's got going on, so I'm just going to wait and see, and I'm looking forward to finding out what it is. Hope he has a chance to talk with us. If not, we're still going to sing his praises, and again, he's scheduled to be back tomorrow morning at 7:30 with us. He has sponsored all four 7:30 a.m. sets, probably because he was going to be up anyway. So it's a good opportunity for him to come over and promote his business. If anybody out there is watching, you have any questions about what is taking place today, let us know. We'll get the information to you as quickly as possible. I've got to find my list before I do anything else. Hang tight, folks. No rest for the weary. Oh, sorry. I'm on the air. I lied. I'm not tired. I promise, folks. I may be a little bit delirious. Good morning, Cousin Stephen. My cousin Stephen Starcher tuning in from, I don't know where they may be. It may be at work. Get to work, Stephen. It's a good day for a festival. I'll tell you that. This weather has been cooperative as it can possibly be. It is cold right now, but I tell you what, we live in Roane County. We're a bunch of hunters. We don't care about cold weather. I like to complain about it just because I like to have something to complain about from time to time. Looking for sympathy from Swolby. He's giving me none. We are on day 3. And again, you never know with the Black Walnut Festival. Wednesdays always tend to be a little slower, but when the food trucks opened on Wednesday, it was really packed very quickly. Died off again, but then Wednesday afternoon after the 4 o'clock hour got busy again. Yesterday was just crazy big, and again, yesterday, day 2 of the festival is, of course, they have some stuff during the day, but it's not exactly going full steam yet, and still, the courthouse square was abuzz, and that's just from our vantage point where we are. We only got word that the Armory, the Heritage Park building, and Spencer Middle School's old building was packed. So we don't get a chance to go over there. We wish we had more of an opportunity to do that. Maybe someday I'll get one of those what are those scooters in the cities that you can rent and you can just like fly from one place to the other? Yeah, I'm going to get one of those. We'll go tandem, Swelby. You'll hold the camera, I'll have the mic on, and we'll just roll through Spencer that way. We'll start a gang. Scooter gang. Well, we can't start a scooter gang because Caleb Greathouse actually started the scooter gang. He was the one that started that. Our half-hour content brought to you by Getting Piggy with a 304. And okay, so he's going to make it for about 3 minutes, but that's all right. We'll take that because I want to know what he's got in store today before it actually takes place. Come on over, Jason. We'll give you your due 7 minutes. It's all right.
Well, in typical Andrew Miller style, I'm running late.
It's okay, buddy. We figured if you weren't here, there was a very, very good reason for the fact that you couldn't make it at 7:30. I was hoping it was some sort of breakfast concoction. I don't know if that happened. Did everything go well this morning? Is everything okay?
Other than me oversleeping a little bit, running a little bit behind schedule, but yeah, everything is on. The breakfast casserole is rolling.
Oh, yes.
So I don't know how long it's going to last because I mentioned it to a couple people and really just kind of not a for sale item, just kind of temporarily checking it out, trying it out. So.
Well, don't worry. We have already, so we've got 3 people who've already talked, said his stuff is awesome. So, Kay Williams, what was it she said earlier today? Oh, his food was delicious. Love you, Jason. Oh, somebody loves you.
Oh, glad my wife's not listening.
Yeah, really. Love getting piggy with it. Obviously you've created a buzz here over 3 years, and people know what you're after, but they don't know about this breakfast casserole. So we'll see what happens with that. I may send Swolby over there here in a little bit to snag a little bit of a test run of that thing. I'm the one that always gets stuff, so I might send him to get something. I don't know.
Well,
we'll see.
at Walmart last night is where I went and got the eggs because I wasn't planning on doing it. But a lady stopped in yesterday evening, and she's been after me for 3 years. For the smoked deviled eggs.
Oh, yeah.
I keep pushing her off. Last night I was like, you know what, I'm done putting you off. You know, usually that's my wife's thing for catering events. You know, she's the smoked deviled egg queen. I call her. I said, you know, but I'm done pushing you off. I'll have you some smoked deviled eggs.
Nice.
So, they had 60-pack of eggs. So guess where the rest of them are.
They're on the smoker?
They're on the smoker.
That is beautiful. I have had that, by the way. You brought me one or two 2 years ago when you first got here, or was it last year? I can't remember.
A couple years ago.
Because I'd never had one before. Yeah. I'd never had a smoked deviled egg. I love deviled eggs in all forms and fashions, but I'd never had one smoked.
Right.
And it was unreal.
So, yeah, just playing around a little bit.
Okay, so the empanada lady needs some of that casserole. There you go.
That's my girl right there.
So what do we got on store today? Obviously, yesterday was packed in this place. The festival show, captured the Journey tribute band was on point.
I seen about 15 minutes of it last night, and I'm here to tell you, if you missed that show, you missed out.
It was so good.
That is, one heck of a band, and they put on a good show. So
I imagine the fact that this place was packed in the courthouse square meant that you were very, very busy yesterday.
We were. It was a good day, and I've said it Wednesday, and I'll say it now Thursday. We've seen more people Wednesday than what we have in the past. Mm-hmm. We've seen more people Thursday than what we have in the past, and I'm expecting Spencer and Roane County is going to sell out, and do the same.
Yeah.
And continue to pack this place out. Again, I just want to say hats off to everybody who puts this on.
Yeah.
These city workers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They are here more than I am,
Yeah.
And back and forth and working and doing their stuff. It's hats off to them, the mayor for putting this on. And, hey, it's the 70th.
Oh, you got to go big.
Somebody's got to be doing something right for this thing to be doing so well at 70 years. So.
Yeah. You know, we were worried there for a few years with COVID, but it is back, baby, and we are big and bold, and we don't care. Let's go. Let's go for Friday. This is going to be a huge day. It's always this way. So, I mean, you could dial it up. Wednesday, slow, trying to get things going, although it was a little more busy this year. Yesterday was more packed on a Thursday than I've seen in many years. I'm expecting it to be chaos here today, especially tomorrow morning. It's going to be chaotic, and that's a good thing. It means a lot of people are filtering into this little community and supporting this festival, and part of that festival is people like this who spend all night smoking things and then getting up first thing early in the morning and coming back and making sure everything is good to go for the next day.
And it's just, it's ramping up.
Yep.
Day one, you ramp up a little bit. Day two, you add a little bit more. You did miss the brisket yesterday.
Oh, I know.
So
things get packed in my own head, and I can't get out of here sometimes. That's why I brought Swolby again. His job is to remind me to stop talking for 20 minutes so I can go get food.
Well, I mean, you're a radio DJ. That's what you get paid to do.
I can't help it.
You know me, I smoke meat and get sidetracked to coming over here to be a radio DJ. You're a radio DJ, get sidetracked doing what you do to come over and get good food.
Yeah, well, I'm not missing something today. I'm going to get over there and get something, and I'm not going to fail at it this time. Although, if you look at my schedule, Jason, I don't see any cracks in it anywhere until 4 o'clock, so who knows?
That's what you got Swolby for.
Yeah, he's going to be my runner, too. He's now my gopher. Thank you very much.
Go for this, go for that.
Well, Jason, obviously we're appreciative of you giving of your time when you got it, man. We're going to enjoy this third day of the festival. Look forward to talking to you again tomorrow morning, and it's going to be even crazier tomorrow morning, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're ready. We've still got plenty of meat in the refrigerators to put on
okay, good,
for tonight.
Good.
So, yeah, we stocked up good for this one. I got 3 briskets over there getting ready to go on. They'll go on later this afternoon. Those are just for tomorrow. So we're going to load the smoker up all night and let it do its thing and come in here tomorrow and hope we sell out.
I hope you sell out everything that you have this year. At the end of it, sorry. I hope you don't sell out early. Well, Jason, and again, folks, if you are looking for him, he's right down across from us on Court Street. I can see the big blue tarp right above his building. It's right just to the left of the Macintosh building this year.
Yep.
So easy to find. Just follow the smoke, honestly.
Follow the nose.
Follow the nose. Jason Miles Bennett getting piggy with a 304, our sponsor for the 7:30 half-hour slot. Thank you, buddy.
Yep, thank you, Drew. Appreciate it.
And we roll right into it. We got 2 people waiting for us now, and one of them looks kind of cold. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, that's kind of why I was getting out of here. She was doing that dance, like trying to stay warm and back and forth. I better hurry up.
Listen, I'll build a fire over here if I need to, all right?
I've already got one built.
Okay, yeah. We'll just roll right along. Our sponsor for the next half hour of content. Do we have another chair out there, Swolby? Oh, I guess he's just going to stand there.
Listen, I'll just sit.
Nope.
Out of the cold.
Nope.
Yeah, somebody could have a man sit, yeah.
I've got chairs for you guys.
Oh, they can sit in there.
Yeah.
They need to if we want to get over anyway.
I don't want me on the camera. I'm on the camera too much anyway. That's why we give the guests all the love. Quit trying to get us all in the camera. Oh, man.
Ooh, it's cold.
Yes, it is not warm. So, obviously, we see Marie Hedges with us, and as soon as Swolby figures out how to run a camera, Parker Lambert will be with us as well. Patch 21 is our sponsor for this half-hour of content. We're going to talk a little bit just on our YouTube and Facebook streams here, and, of course, TikTok and Twitch. I guess we're on now. And then we're going to go live on the radio once again at 8:15-ish. So you guys will get double duty here today. So don't give it all away to begin with. We've got a lot of time, apparently, to talk with you guys this weekend. You guys got loaded up accidentally with content here. So Patch 21, Marie Hedges, and Parker Lambert. First off, what is your all's title at this point? I see you all at everything that Patch does, and I've never asked that question. And I want to know what your all's job titles are.
Well, Marie, you can go ahead.
Okay, so we're both program coordinators. I'm a little bit different. So we got a new grant when I came on board called Adolescent Health Initiative. So I'm actually working across a region all the way from Tyler County all the way down to Roane and Calhoun, Wirt, Jackson, and so on. So I'm kind of moving around those 8 counties in in this region, doing prevention work is my main focus. So right now I'm working with middle schools and high schools to get a leadership program started that focuses on service learning and developing leadership skills.
Okay. You said you did the promotion of health. I saw you walking with kids year ago, 2 years ago. Is that something that was part of that, or is that just something you did?
So that was just an after-school program that I was running at that time. So as far as adolescent health, a lot of this is going to be focusing on mental health and those leadership skills and so on. But yes, I'm still involved in the other patch things that I've been involved with these past years. So after-school programs, summer programs, the pickleball, the races, and all that. And Parker will be helping out with some of those as well.
Yeah, about time he got over there to help out. I don't know.
Yeah. So he's been slacking, huh?
Parker, are you awake yet to talk?
Oh, yeah, I'm awake.
Okay, good. So what is your title at Patch now?
Like I'm a program coordinator.
Program coordinator.
So, looking at regulations through daycares, after-school programs, just with obviously helping Marie with races and pickleball, just all that, just trying to get, make sure everything's running smoothly and, on time.
I wonder about Patch 21. This is, I thought this was a Roane County thing. I didn't know this was more of a statewide thing, or not a statewide thing, but it's got pockets in many locations. And you talk about program coordinator. I think back to when Zach Zdanek was here too, and I think, man, there's a lot of program coordinators, a lot of programs that you guys offer in many different areas.
Yeah. So, one of our main goals is to provide educational enrichment, as well as helping working families, and so we do that by offering these free after-school programs and summer programs to help not just working families, but, that's one of our main goals because some people have to travel out of town to go to work and so on. So, for instance, we have an early risers program at Walton Elementary Middle School for families who have to travel, outside of Walton to work. They can drop off their student earlier to the school than when the school would open, so that they can participate in that program, and it's completely free. We're just, whenever we plan programs, we're looking at helping families, providing, healthy activities to promote, community coming together and so on.
I see that, and that's what I love about Roane County Patch program. You guys are a face out there in this community. People know who Patch is. I remember when Patch just got started in this county, and people were like, what in the world is this? We don't understand this stuff. Mm-hmm. It's a good thing, it seems like, but we don't know what it is. Everybody knows now because I think it was an active effort maybe by the administration or whatever it was. There was an active effort to get you guys out there in the public and say, this is who we are. This is what we're offering. And it keeps expanding and changing the offerings that you guys have. Do you study like the interest of the people in your county, the kids in your county, to focus your programs year in and year out on certain things that you think they might like, or is it kind of a blind draw? How does that go?
Yeah, so it can go kind of differently. So we have site coordinators at each of the schools. And those site coordinators kind of, talk to teachers, families, students, and see what the interests are, and those definitely evolve. And then it also goes off of your instructors' abilities and talents as well. So for instance, one of the schools, has a diamond art class. The instructor's really interested in diamond art. That's a craft that some of the kids are really interested in. At Gary Elementary Middle, we're getting ready to start a pickleball after-school class. So as we know, pickleball's really picked up. We have a large group that's coming out every Monday and Wednesday and playing. So now we're going to start that out at Gary. So yeah, it's definitely fluid. When I was doing walking club, a lot of people thought that was kind of a silly thing to propose and everything, but just to bring kids together from different backgrounds. And then, I'd have like a word of the day or a topic of the day, a question of the day, that type of thing, and everybody would get a chance to share. And, we had kids that wouldn't typically cross paths, just getting out and walking and talking. And that's a great way to get kids to talk. If you want a kid to talk, get them outside walking and they'll start talking and sharing with you. So,
well, I thought that was such a neat thing that you did because that's the simplest form of exercise. And you don't even think about it sometimes. You're like, let's take these kids walking. They're like, yeah, but what? Yeah, well, they're walking.
Yeah.
That's the beginning of it. That's the first start. I could do some of that myself. You could get me out there and walk a little bit, but that's just another little program that you thought of that you guys have. Parker, you are someone that's probably rather new to Patch 21 as far as an administration is concerned, program coordinator, because you're a young guy. Craziness. So what was it about Patch for you that drew you not only to want to be involved, but want to get this involved with it?
Well, I mean, I started when I was a sophomore in high school, just being in like the green room and stuff, being on video, that type of thing, just being there to get involved at first, feel like being able to make a difference within the community, even only being a sophomore in high school. And so as I've gotten older, I've gotten more responsibilities, and which only allowed me to get further involved more, whether that's in like the daycares, whatever, just being more involved with like our summer programs, our soccer. Then, like I said, get to college, obviously. I can become like a summer program instructor, getting to teach summer programs, that type of thing. So just constantly being able to get more involved with more responsibilities, making a deeper connection with the kids and the communities made me really want to, when I got offered to, get an administrative role, I really jumped on board real fast.
So are you done with college? Are you?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. It's
Dude didn't waste any time, did
it's
he?
really funny. I've said to Dave, you never thought you'd be sitting in the office with us here, right?
No.
So
Man, that is wild stuff. But again, whatever that is that was in you, that as a young man that wanted to help out your community, wanted to help out the kids, obviously that has stuck with you to the point where now as a young adult, you are in a position that you can actually earn a living doing this. So that's kind of a neat thing for us. And it's good, Marie, you know this, it's good that we have people to come back to our community because
yes.
there for a long time in the 90s, it was hard to get people to come back here. There's been a small resurgence, I think, of that. I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm happy people are coming back. And young adults, young professionals are coming back here and trying to make a living with a family and however we do it. And to be able to have you guys with so much energy that you have, I'm really serious. You have a lot of energy, the two of you. Of course, you guys are in pretty good shape, so that happens too. But it is a good thing that we have Patch for people that come back here and want to contribute to the kids of this community.
Yeah, and I think Patch really offers that. We have Chris Blosser who teaches a class at Spencer Middle School, and he was a participant in Patch classes, and then he worked through high school for Patch, and now, as an adult, he's doing an after-school class. So I think that says a lot about what Patch offers our community and how we have people come back who are like, hey, yeah, I want to help out, and how can I do that? And that's something that's really cool about Patch, too, is, we have so many different events, and we are so open-minded about new ideas and so on. If somebody approaches us with a new idea, it might take us a few months to think about it and that kind of thing. But a lot of times, if it's something that people are truly interested in, we'll try to make it happen.
Again, I go way back to Zach Zdanek. He taught a fly fishing class one time.
And that was a huge hit.
Yeah.
Huge hit, yes.
So you guys, you are able to sort of tailor certain things. It doesn't happen all the time, but you're an open book, it seems to me, at Patch where – again, these site coordinators that check with the schools and the teachers and try to find out the interests of these kids. You've been with Patch for a little while. Obviously, you've been with Patch for a little while. Have you seen any numbers, growth, changing, anything like that? Obviously, we went through COVID, so yeah. Maybe pre-COVID to now, is it? Are you seeing the interest continue is what I mean.
I mean, I definitely see that the interest is continuing, yes. So, we picked up the youth soccer program, and that's still and now we have Calhoun. They've developed a program over there, so they're coming over here to play some. So yeah, I think we're definitely growing. We've got a program out at Sunnybank for middle school agers during the summer. So I definitely think we're expanding for sure. Like I said earlier, the pickleball has become a big hit, and that truly is all ages. We've got elementary age through people who are retired.
Oh yeah, listen, I saw that on August 24th. Some serious pickleball dudes, man, coming in from out of town. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. So just looking at all that expansion, the daycares are they're very busy. So serving those young ones. So I would say I don't have numbers in front of me, but yeah, we definitely are experiencing growth.
Yeah, 100%. let's go live on the radio now. My goodness. I want people who are out there driving around to hear you guys. Let's see. Is there by the way a levy for patch this year?
Yes.
Okay,
there
we'll
is
talk about that on the radio then. I
Okay.
definitely want to talk about that. Now, you guys aren't bound by like school rules. You can actually promote it.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Correct.
Yeah. I can promote it. No matter what. Will, you there?
I am.
All right, dude. We're ready to go whenever you are.
All right, well, I got 10 seconds to the commercial break. You want to wait till after this next song, or do you want to go right to second?
Bring it back to us after the commercial break.
2 seconds.
Okay.
Right now. All right, we're going to go back downtown to Drew.
Good timing.
Was.
See if it's warm enough there where they
Well, we're not frozen solid. I'll tell you what. I'm not frozen solid, but one of my guests here at the 8 o'clock hour, Marie Hedges, may be frozen by the end of this interview. We're joined with our sponsor for this half hour of content at the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival, Patch 21. The programs are amazing for Patch, all to serve the kids of our communities. And we were talking with Marie Hedges and Parker Lambert, a couple of coordinators, program coordinators for Patch. We were talking about all of the types of services you guys provide, the types of things you guys do for the kids. One thing I wanted to mention, though, is all of this work that you all do, everything that takes place requires something. It requires funding, obviously. Now, there are opportunities for different ways to get funding, but one of the funding sources that we have the opportunity to contribute to you all this fall is through a levy. And I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to talk about this patch levy.
So here at Patch, we have 3 main goals, and that's to keep our kids safe, help working families, and to provide educational enrichment while we're doing it. So this levy provides us with the funds to have these after-school programs, summer programs, community wellness programs, and so on that we do across the county. And actually, this is not any type of a new tax that will be paid. We are just requesting a renewal of the current levy that our community has already supported.
Yeah.
So this is nothing new. The average the cost for an average landowner in Roane County will be $23 a year. So, it's giving up, one pop a month or going out to dinner, one time a year. So in that regards, it's really minimal for what our community is getting out of it.
Yes.
Because we really have an impact, I feel like, across our community, across the whole county. So, and if you're not being impacted by it, there is probably a way that you can get involved and benefit from it.
For sure.
So, just finding a way, or if you have kids or grandchildren, that there is a way to be involved, to reap the benefits as well. And not to mention, even if you're not personally involved, just to see the impact across our community that it's having.
Yeah, that's one thing, Parker, we were talking about with you. We're talking with Parker Lambert as well, another program coordinator for Patch. You got involved as a youngster in high school, and now you're, as an adult, involved as a coordinator. Just because you don't have a kid that would be directly affected by it doesn't mean you can't get involved with this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, I've been working here since as a sophomore, so in high school, 22 now. So just like I said, just being able to get involved has been real nice, making an impact on the community. Not just Spencer, Roane County, but, everything that Patch does has been huge. So.
I think that Patch is great. Patch seems to be growing. As you mentioned, you guys now have opened up a Calhoun County situation with they've come over here to do some soccer. You're branching out and involving people.
Yeah, so we're partnering with them, and that's not our funds, but we are partnering with them. So they're coming. They have some elementary age teams that they're coming over and they're playing our kiddos as part of our fall soccer program, which is great. Again, I'm all about getting our kids active and involved and also, off their devices. So getting them away from those devices, even if they're not interested in soccer. My nephews, they're not playing this fall, but in the past, they're not diehard soccer players, but they'll go to socialize, and they enjoy that. So
what you just said, that
benefits.
Parents are like, send my kid, get him off the device, send my kid.
Yeah, so it's not, to me, I mean, of course there are people who are huge soccer fans or whatever that sport might be. We also have youth league basketball and so on, but even if you're not a big fan of that sport, it's just a matter of getting these kids out with other peers in a positive environment, that doesn't cost a lot. I mean, we pretty much cover that for the most part. And we have some great sponsors across our community that continue to support as well, so that we can offer these programs. So yeah, getting those kids off those devices, out of their homes, and interacting in a safe environment.
Well, that's part of what that levy will help provide.
Definitely.
Is just the necessary funding. And again, this is not a new tax at all. This is just a rollover from what we have already done in Roane County. I don't think it'll have a problem, but it's always good just to remind people that that's going to be on the docket come November, and we want people to make sure that they check yes to continue that levy.
Yeah, definitely. And just another note, thinking about Parker over here working through high school, we do have about 20 to 30 teenagers who work for Patch, whether it's running an after-school class in the green room. So we have the green room at the COA, which is hydroponics, that they keep up and running, and some of those microgreens and those vegetable starters that they get going. Of course, that all goes back into our daycares, and then also we donate those the produce to some senior citizens, in Spencer, AMA, and we have also done Reedy in the past. So just getting those teens involved and teaching them some responsibility before they're actually out of high school. And then we have about 40 to 50 full-time employees and around 40 employed for after-school programs alone, so across the county.
They're doing great things here in Roane County, obviously. And, again, we're just excited that Patch is in this community and Patch continues to thrive in this community. Again, the levy on the docket, we don't think it'll have a problem, but we just want to make sure everybody knows. Make sure not to skip that one. Make sure you hit yes on that button when it comes time to vote for the levy for Patch. We're going to continue to talk here on the YouTube and the old Facebook and whatever else we're on that Joe McDonald put us on. We're on all sorts of streaming platforms right now. I'm going to send it back up to the studio to Will. We'll check in again at the bottom half of the 8 o'clock hour with a new sponsor. But again, this half hour of content on our streams and on the radio sponsored by Patch 21.
Thank you, Drew.
Oh, you guys are still good here.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to talk more. I want to talk about, so I always have to talk when it comes to bringing people in here about the festival and stuff like that. First off, you guys did mention sponsors, great sponsors that you guys have. Mm-hmm. The next thing coming up, obviously, Sunday morning, you guys have the Black Walnut Festival Nut Run that you guys have kind of just taken over with the racing series.
We do, yeah. So that now is part of our racing series. Of course, Roane General Hospital is a huge sponsor with this one. We have all of our other sponsors, of course, as well. But Roane General comes out, helps us with this race, and that just really is a huge help, because this is, I feel like, one of our races where we have people who show up that are a little more serious. We try to stress that our races are for fun and health and fitness. Of course, though, there are always some competitive people, but
I've seen the faces of the competitors that are getting ready to run the Nut Run. Yeah, they're serious.
Yeah, so it's always good to have lots of people there to help out and make sure it runs smoothly. So I'm looking forward to Sunday morning. We have 26 who pre-registered. That did cut off yesterday, the online registration. But you register on Sunday morning if you haven't already. It's $20 to register, and you get a shirt, and you get to have a great time with our community here to kind of on that final day of the Black Walnut Festival.
I tend to believe, Parker, that when it comes to the Black Walnut Festival race, a lot of people are last-minute sign-ups. They're just kind of like, well, I'm going to have fun. I'm going to see how much food I eat, and then maybe Sunday morning. Usually, what is the Black Walnut Festival race? Usually, I would assume around 40 to 70 runners would be a good gauge of that one.
So usually we have, like, the last few years I pulled up, and it's usually like 70, 80, 90.
Oh, okay.
So so this is one of our bigger one. A lot of our pre-registered people are actually from out of town already. So we actually have somebody registered from Florida. Not sure what their connection is, but yeah. So and we have people of all ages. We have youngsters, all the way to older people. So which is just great. And you can walk or run, or you can do a combination of both.
Yeah.
So
and of course, you guys have the kids race as well. That's a really short, just fun thing for some of the youngsters. As well.
Yeah. So a lot of times they have to walk the entire race with their family. So the kids race, gives them a chance to kind of run and do a little race with their peers.
I'm looking at Mike Greenlee. I can't read what he's saying.
No, I can't.
Oh, he would like to endorse Patch. Yes.
Oh. Well, thank you, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
Good
good.
seeing you this early morning.
I know, yeah, early, chilly morning.
So I'd like to throw my endorsement into Patch
Well,
because
thank you.
Patch has been great to my family.
Well, thank you.
It's not just the things that you've been talking about, but the little things that you don't really see too. Like I have a high tunnel there behind the office.
Yes.
I went for a grant through the Department of Agriculture to turn it into a greenhouse. And Patch was giving us a letter of support, and little things like that also help. So it's not just the things that you see the kids running around with. There's a lot of things behind the
Yep.
scenes that they help with too. So definitely you want to vote for this.
100%.
I don't vote for a lot of tax raises and things like that, but this right here, I do.
This one he's
Well, I
in.
do appreciate it, Mike. I
That's what
do.
Mike Greenlee's in for. Hey, that's a good That's a good support to have there. Somebody who is also a longtime business owner in this community as well. So.
That is, and I'll piggyback right off what he said about there's a lot of things you don't see, So my role has always been, primarily initially, I was at the school, whoever, Zach, Justin, whoever came to me, and there's like, hey, what do you need? Let's talk
Yeah.
about it, that kind of thing. And then as time evolved, I started going into the office some here and there. To brainstorm ideas and plan, and now I'm in the office, and so to see everything that takes place, and all the ideas thrown out, and all the phone calls and all that, you really don't realize the impact that Patch has, and
Yeah.
all the things that we're tied to until you're actually in the office every day,
Yeah, going from, like you said, just being in the green room as a high school kid, now moving and being in the office.
Don't show them this. We're talking about healthy lifestyles.
You talking about running? Go run it off.
Hope to see
Continue.
you Sunday.
Continue,
But,
Parker. I'm
But like I
sorry.
said, it's just real nice to see, like she said, everything goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And how we get stuff done now, just being able to make that transition from, like I said, high school kid to,
Well, like I said, the number one thing about this community is we support our kids. And in many ways, we need to support them, and we do. And this is a great way to support the kids. Get them involved in Patch. Get them involved. Let's see, how do they get involved with Patch? How can somebody get a hold of you guys if they want to get involved in some of this stuff?
Yeah, so we have a very active Facebook page. So it's just www.facebook.com/patch21. So a lot of things are posted on there. But by calling our office, and one thing that I tell people is, if you're nervous or unsure about showing up to something, call us. I've told people about that with races, pickleball. We had a lady show up for water aerobics this summer, and I just happened to be like crossing paths with her, and she said, it took up a lot of nerve for her to come.
Yeah.
She was really nervous. She'd been wanting to come and just hadn't built up the courage to do that. And I was like, oh my goodness, like call us, and somebody will go with you. And I've told the people the same thing about other things we do, because I understand, new things can be nerve-wracking. We have some adult fitness classes as well, so you can call the Patch office about that, and our number is just 927-8047. So yeah, give us a call if you want to be involved. If you want to know what else we're offering at that time, give us a call, and somebody in the office can help you, whether it's me, Parker, or Bree, or Denise, or Dave. Somebody will help you learn about what's going on at that time period.
Absolutely. It's a great program, and again, we're glad that we have it, and we've had it for many years, and it continues to grow and adapt with the changing times and with the kids and their interests and whatever it may be. It's a great organization. Before I let you guys go, we got to switch gears because this is the Black Walnut Festival, and so I always have to ask people, what is your favorite thing about the Black Walnut Festival year in and year out? What is one thing that you look forward to the most every single year?
For me, it's just coming out and socializing and seeing people that maybe I haven't seen for months, or even maybe since the last festival. I think it's just the sense of community, which I think also is kind of the same thing I get out of Patch. That sense of community, bringing whether it's kids, adults, so on, families together. That is truly what I enjoy the most and look forward to.
How about you, Parker?
I mean, for me, I like to eat. So I mean, of course, the food's up there. But like Marie said, just being able to go out and meet everybody, socialize, talk to people I haven't seen in a while. And I mean, even seeing some of the kids who are in the program, because even in just, walking through town, they say, oh, hey, Mr. Parker, or so on and so forth. Just being able to interact with the kids outside of just the after-school classes or whatever is real nice to, walking through here and they see me, they'll stop and talk for a second or something like that. So it's just, like I said, nice to be out there in the community talking, building that sense of community is really nice.
The cool thing is, as you mentioned, the kids' faces light up when they see you outside of the program itself, and that means you know what you're doing is good for the kids. Well, you mentioned it, Parker. You like to eat here.
Yeah.
Got to get you with the favorite food for the festival, or
I
one favorite item, whatever it may be.
I don't know really.
Too many to.
I mean, I'm trying everything.
He doesn't have a personal
I'm
favorite.
trying everything.
All right, Marie, a bastion of health you are, and this is not the place or the time to be healthy. So let's hear it. What is your favorite festival food?
This will. I got to go to the funnel cake that's from childhood. It's like you get that funnel cake when you're a kid. So So I don't eat a lot of festival food. If I'm going to go for healthy, I'm going to go for JoJo's.
There you go.
That would be healthy. Yeah. But
Mike's enjoying that one too.
yeah. So but going back to childhood, yeah, the funnel cake was like always my one pick. So.
That's the one. We're going to talk with you guys again. You guys are going to be busy and active here. Is there anything going on for Patch during the festival other than just hanging out and just trying to talk a little bit about the Patch program?
So Wednesday night we had our first annual Black Walnut Festival pickleball tournament. So we did that on Wednesday night. Today on our schedule besides this is the Kids Day Parade.
Yep.
And then Parker also has some raised students from the high school who will be helping out with that. So that's another big thing that Parker's been working on this year, trying to get the kids active, our high school students active in our community and also in our middle schools and elementary schools. And then tomorrow, the Grand Parade, and of course meeting back up with you. And then Sunday is the Nut Run. So Parker and I have a very busy few days, but we're super excited.
He might be froze by Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, it should be warming up now. The sun's coming up.
That's
so.
the goal. The hope is that he gets warmed up.
Yeah, we'll have to definitely wear layers for Sunday morning with the Nut Run between setup and all that. But yeah, on Saturday night, getting all those signs out. But
oh, gosh, that's right. You guys do have to prep for that.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's what you guys do. That's what you guys do, folks. We appreciate Marie Hedges and Parker Lambert from Patch 21. And, again, we'll talk with you guys again tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So we look forward to it, and thank you so much, Drew.
100%. Patch 21, what an organization here in Roane County, and we hope that you guys continue to support Patch. Make sure your kids get involved with the Patch program as well. Great job, guys. We'll talk to you guys again tomorrow. We've got another sponsor ready to go. Before that happens, though, I see Jason Miles Bennett. This is not the place to be for health right now. I see Jason Miles Bennett. I've already got pancakes delivered to me from Josh Downey, and now Jason is. What do you got for me? Oh my gosh, are you serious? Hey, at least that's eggs.
It's true.
That's not terribly bad for you, right? Eggs are good for you, right?
Do you all accept monetary cash donations?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Can I have? Are you giving this to me?
fire's back up here, Drew.
Holy cow! What? I'm sorry. You asked me something.
I said fire is back up here.
Oh, we're up. We're going.
Okay.
I'm just.
Oh, okay, yeah.
On behalf of Getting Piggy With It 304,
Oh, look at this.
Oh, my
I'd like
goodness.
to make a donation of $100 towards your program.
All right, well,
Fantastic.
thank you so much. We really, really appreciate that. So thank you.
Not a problem. Hope it goes to a great cause, and I'm sure it will.
Yes, it will. We will make sure of that.
Yep.
The benevolence of this guy never, ever ends, folks. Jason Bennett,
So-
thank you so much for donating to the Patch
I
21
donated
program.
to your cause and
Yeah.
their cause.
He
Yeah,
donated
so
to my,
thank you. And you met both of our needs, you
Right.
know? So he needed some warm food.
he donated to my gut, all right?
I don't know if anybody heard the background noise. If somebody mentioned Drew running, I said only if somebody's chasing him or there's food at the other end of it.
Hey, now. Well, Drew, you're always welcome to run with me,
Oh,
all
God.
right? Get back
I may
into
walk
it.
first. How about that?
Well, you got to walk before you run.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jason. That's a huge deal. And that's
yes.
definitely appreciated, right?
Yes. So thank you. And honestly, this is what keeps us running, you
Absolutely.
know?
Yep,
So
it is.
for sure. So we really, really appreciate
So
it.
one small business to another to keep your program going, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you.
Fantastic. That is Patch. And now I am ready to go eat. Mike Greenlee's coming in here in a second. Well, he's going to have to hold on. It is good to be king, Swolby, I'm telling you. Oh. Wow. Okay, so this is awesome. Yep, Kay Williams, another example of small business supporting communities. Yep, 100%. Well, we are ready for the 8:30 half hour. And I do promise that we're going to talk to Mike Greenlee from Old Fences Realty
With your mouth full.
in 1 second. I just need at least one bite.
Make sure you get some of the brisket in there. It's so good.
Oh my God. You should sell this, Jason.
Mike, do you want to go inside and sit so I can get the porta potties out of the shot?
That's kind of crappy, isn't it?
You need more sauce.
I have one. Yeah, I didn't.
Nope,
use
I
mine.
am good to go,
I
buddy.
didn't put barbecue on mine. I bet that would have been good though, but
You didn't put barbecue on it?
no,
Oh.
I don't know. For some reason with breakfast, it seemed. I don't know. But it's delicious.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep, see you guys.
Very good. See,
Thank you. Oh, wow.
do you want the good chair, Mike, or is that wood one all right?
That's okay. Anything.
You can use this hat one. It's a little better than the wood. It's good, ain't it?
It was
It's
unbelievable.
crazy.
Oh. This is flat out ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Take off there.
I got you.
Spaghetti.
That one off there, too. There it is. Okay. Something was buzzing. Something was buzzing. Okay. All right. I didn't need it all, Mike. I promise. But I'll tell you what. If people keep bringing me food during this festival,
It
I'm
is a
not gonna be able to-
tragedy.
oh, I'm telling you,
It's
I'm
a
gonna be able-
tragedy.
I may not finish the festival. I might just be laid out on the table here, struggling. Well, Mike Greenlee joining us, and again, Old Fences Realty is our sponsor for this half hour of content. And Mike, what you just saw there and what you just did there, supporting and of course, obviously saying, this needs to happen. This patch levy needs to be something that's happening every year or every time it's on the ballot. That is a business supporting business and a business supporting a community service organization that is badly needed and continues to be great for this community, obviously.
Oh, I don't know any idea who come up with patch, but whoever they did, it just did quite the service to our region here.
Yeah.
And it's continued to grow, and people don't realize exactly what all they do over there. They see kids running around kicking the ball. Well, that's a tip of the iceberg, baby.
Yeah. That is a small example of what takes place over at that COA building and beyond. It's in the classrooms. It's in the schools. It's out and about. It's outdoors work that they do. It's crazy how much they do. Speaking of outdoor work and things that you do, crazy busy for you when it comes to selling properties, homes, land, whatever it is, farms. It has been a wild ride over the last few years for sure.
Sure. In this community, the real estate market has changed like the rest of the United States has since COVID. Since COVID, we have just went just as hard and fast as we possibly can go. I listed a house there, a farm. Let's see, when was that? That must have been Tuesday. That was about, I think we've got it on the YouTube about 10 o'clock. By 12 o'clock, I already had a buyer.
Yeah. That's crazy.
$425,000 in just
People
a
are
couple
looking.
of hours. Yeah. It's insane. And my marketing time right now, if it's a decent piece of property and priced well within, what people are looking for, there's a lot of target areas there that people have huge needs in. Just 2 days. 2 days is marketing time. I can't.
Back in the day, before all the outsource of this media and social media opportunities and different marketing strategies.
Months.
Yes.
Literally months. It used to be, when I first got in this business, of course, there was no internet and all that kind of stuff 35 years ago, like we have today. And at that time, basically the Spencer newspapers was our biggest outlet.
And that was it.
That was it. That was it. We would advertise in a few, like the Plain Dealer or some places like that, from time to time, but it's terribly expensive. And of course, the commission rates have plummeted as well. When I first started doing it, it was 10%. Now it's considerably less. So things have changed a lot, and some of the changes within the National Association of Realtors. They had a big lawsuit here recently, and if you do work with someone who's a member of the National Association of Realtors, you're going to see more paperwork, and you're going to see a lot more confusion out there. So be aware right now, and if you're working with a realtor and you're a buyer, make sure you understand what you're signing as far as the compensation in which that real estate agent is going to be paid.
Yeah. You got to be careful about that stuff.
Yeah. There was I can't remember how much it was, $480 million or something like that the National Association of Realtors had paid out in litigation.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a small chunk of change when it comes to a big organization like that. Well, okay, so things have gotten, let's just say things have gotten obviously way different in your 35 years, and you talk about post-COVID as well. But one thing that you have been able to do is move and change with the times, not only just move and change with the times as a reactionary, you have been really proactive in trying to see trends in ways that you can market things. Obviously, you were one of the first people I knew of to start using drone technology. Of course, the website is fantastic, but your ability to utilize social media, drone technology, other sources to market the things you're trying to sell.
Sure. And you have to stay, not cutting edge, but you have to be the tip of the sword in this business, or you're not going to be around.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of people come and go in the 35 years that I've been here. And technology has always been my friend. I was a sonar technician in the U.S. Coast Guard, back as a kid. So the technology I'm not afraid of, and we utilize that heavily. Just like our social media. I'm the only agent that I know of in this whole region that they actually pay me for my content.
Now we're talking, yeah.
I know that.
I know what that takes to get to that level too.
Oh yeah.
We struggled hard to get to where we are to be paid for the content that we provide. So I know how much you had to grind just to do that.
Yeah.
That's one small part of what you now can provide for people, and that's just one part.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it's not a lot of money. It's not like I'm getting rich off of that or anything.
No, we are not getting rich off of social media. Trust us.
No, but it is a kudos.
Yeah.
To us that we have gotten to that level that we're able to do that.
Yeah, that is a big deal to be able to do that stuff.
Yeah, and, the technology, the changes that's went along in the years. I can remember my broker. At the time, I bought my first computer, and it was a lot of money back then. I mean, a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You're crazy. Why are you doing that, for?" And then the first quarter of that year that I did that, I quadrupled my production.
Yeah.
He bought a computer the next quarter.
So you're saying he wasn't a full-on Luddite, but he was not interested at first, and then found out that it worked. Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's got to be people, and then of course whenever you use technology, you're gonna have fails, man.
Yeah.
you got to spend money and all that kind of stuff to see whether it will work or not, and I'm not afraid of that. I'll spend the money to to give it a try.
Well, what that has led to, obviously, as you mentioned, is 35 plus years in this industry, in this business, and success.
Yes.
And success comes with the ability to do what you do well. People know it. You've marketed not only your business well, but you are a pretty good self-promoter, dude. if you have not seen Mike Greenlee's fedora, I don't know where you've been in this world. If you haven't seen the bright yellow shirts that you wear all the time. Well, right now you're kind of rocking the JoJo stuff too, and the
I'm doing both. I got
a little bit of
old fences on the back of the jacket, JoJo's on the front. So it's kind of like I don't know, maybe a rock song that's in the making or something.
Well, okay, and then there was the big bright yellow Hummer.
Yes.
And now there is the bright yellow Jeep.
Yes.
So you could say it's kind of fun, but there is a method to all the madness in that, because it is brand marketing that you are doing right now, because people see that and see where did the fedora come from? That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
If I don't see you with a fedora on, I'm like, whoa, something stops me.
Right.
You know, that's
right.
just
People don't recognize me. Yeah, I was in, believe it or not, I was in Myrtle Beach. Okay. And we were there with several people, and I put that thing on. And Forrest's girlfriend said, "That is a cool look for you." I'm like, "Really?" And then several other people, "Oh, yeah, that looks great on you." So that's where it came from, and it's stuck.
So you're saying that the fedora lasted longer than that girlfriend did,
Yes. It did.
right? Well, she had one redeeming quality at that point.
She had a great redeeming quality, for our company. Yeah, yeah. And I tell my people, okay, now this sounds crazy too, probably a little bit, but all my staff said we are a marketing company. That's what we are.
Yeah.
We just happen to market real estate, and we take that to heart in everything we do.
Yep.
We are a marketing company, and just happen to market real estate.
Oh, and y'all do it very well, too.
Thank you.
You got a great staff, by the way.
Oh yeah, we got a great
Tremendous staff.
Yeah, they support everything that we do and jump behind and help and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, even with talking about marketing, Joe Ellen, with JoJo's Taco.
Yeah.
We went into that with the exact same philosophy. That we are a marketing company, that we just happen to market tacos.
A food truck that sells tacos. And it's worked.
And it works. I mean, she's gotten to, she's been there since Cinco de Mayo last year.
That's crazy to me. I said 2 years when I talked to her yesterday. She's like, no, not even close. I'm like,
year and a half.
jeez, it was.
Yeah.
I felt like it because we did the taste testing almost 2 years ago.
Yes, yeah, it has been almost 2 years for that. Yeah, and just like any business, it takes a lot of planning. And she started this. Let's see, that would have been in October, of that previous year.
Yeah,
is when the planning on stuff all started. And it was born from this Walnut Festival here.
Really?
Yeah. And is an opportunity for you. And we started doing the research, and thus it was born.
And out of that was born multiple trips to multiple places,
Oh, yes.
a reputation that is built faster than most could be built, a Best of West Virginia from 2023. I would imagine probably going to happen again this year. In fact, you guys can go vote on that, by the way. They've got those up there. And a visit from the Carnival Eats crew on the Food Network.
Yeah, that was incredible, too. I mean, that, again, marketing. Somebody knew somebody who ate Joellen's food that got to the Food Network.
Yeah.
That didn't happen by mistake. And I was talking to some of the food workers there yesterday, and they're like, "How in the world, a little girl from Spencer, West Virginia, get on a Food Network?" And I told them, some of the things that we do in order to promote, not any different than we do in the real estate.
Yeah.
Not any different. We all use the same type of tools. To do it. She doesn't have the followers that, of course, Old Fences Realty has.
It takes a little longer for that, yeah.
Yeah. She's not getting paid for her social media. Though I wouldn't be surprised at some point in time she doesn't jump through that, too. Yeah. Little by little, yeah.
Yeah, Rome wasn't built in a day, but it was built nonetheless. Let's go live on the radio too, Mike. I want people to hear. Number one, I want people to hear about the this new situation with rates dropping a little bit here over the last 60 days or so. I would like to hear your thoughts. What is this? Yes, I am cold. People are messaging me right now. You look cold. Yes, I am not the warmest of human beings. Let's see if Will's answering here. Don't lie, Swelby. It's not warming up at all. What's up, Wilhelmina? Hey, we're ready to go.
All right. Well, this song, 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes?
Yep.
All right, keep me alive there. We're going to talk while the 3 minutes is happening. Yeah, I want to talk about this. I was speaking with, who was it I was talking with?
One of the bankers?
Yeah, I'll take it after the song. Sorry, I'm talking to Mike now. Who was I talking with? Was it yesterday or the day before? And they were talking about the last 60 days. Not that it's been still not happening in the area as far as people leaving big cities and be able to come here and buy big tracts of land and property and stuff. But as far as the housing market may be concerned recently, if you're seeing something involved with that as far as rates dropping and maybe continuing to drop.
Yeah, we anticipate it still dropping some more, but everybody's crystal ball's a little cloudy on that. Nobody has a real great handle on it just because of politics and that sort of thing happening. You never know. That's always a wild card right there. Politics.
Yeah. If you guys are out there, by the way, and you are tuning in, got any questions about the Walnut Festival, what's happening, when, where, how you can get to it, let us know. Shoot us a message on whatever you are watching. We are on 4 separate streams, one of which I don't even know about, which is Twitch. I think that's more like a gamer thing. But we're on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And in fact, I haven't even checked our TikTok live.
Hey, and if anybody has any questions about real estate, hey.
Yeah, any questions about
give us
real
a
estate?
shot.
At least for the next 11 minutes, because once he's gone, I have no clue.
Well, they can still call me at 304-377-3758. That is my cell phone. And I keep that bad boy on until 10 o'clock at night.
And I hear it go off all the time when I'm hanging out with this guy. Got a couple questions on TikTok. Okay, where's the petting zoo located at? It is down at Heritage Park on the front lawn. So go down to Heritage Park, and you'll see on the front lawn. It's down right behind us, Crystal. Morning from East Texas. How about that, Chris Fox? What food vendors are there? I'll go through the food vendors, Shelley, in just a minute.
Hey, JoJo's Taco
JoJo's
is
Taco is one of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got some new ones, too, that JoJo has actually recruited to come in here.
Really?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
The Cajun guy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she recruited him to come in here and got him in there last year.
Dude, Bayou Classics is awesome.
Yeah, and then I butcher his name. Hindui.
Oh, yeah, Hinodi Hibachi.
Yeah, that she recruited him, too.
Wow.
And he's down there live right now trying to warm up. Well, now that we went up 2 degrees.
Hey, I'm listening to you, Will, all right? You said it's going to get warmer today. I'm trusting you to tell me the truth, because if you don't, I'm going to freeze my giblets off out here at the Walnut Festival. Nah, I'm kidding. It's going to get warm. I see the sun. It's coming up very quickly. In just about 2 hours, we're going to have a great, great weather day for the 3rd straight day. Our sponsor for this half hour of content on the radio and on our live streams is Old Fences Realty. Been hanging out and having a good time with Mike Greenlee. It's always fun to talk with you, whether we're talking business or talking just anything. But we're talking business here, and we were talking about, 35 years in business for you. You've watched the changing times. You've been on the front line of being ahead of the changes in technology and the adaptations. You've utilized it to your advantage. You've utilized the fact that you, as you said, in your 3rd decade at this, and still very, very successful at this thing. Talk about the trends that are happening. Speaking of that, this guy never stops with his phone. I will say I like the new.
This is somebody from Nevada. I mean, they call everywhere all the time.
I will say
I'll get back to you. Sorry about that.
I do like the new ringtone right there. That was very, very interesting, Mike. That's how much I know Mike, and now I've been around him enough. You changed your ringtone.
I did. Yeah.
So, Mike, right now in the world of real estate, what are the trends happening right now? We were talking about rates maybe dropping a little bit as far as mortgages and things like that. What are you seeing right now?
Okay, yes, the rates have dropped already. We dropped a half a point here a few weeks ago, and they anticipate it going down a little bit more too. But, with the politics, you never really know. If you want to bet on rates, you're going to be a loser, brother.
Want to go bet on horses? Well, you do that.
Yeah, bet on horses or whatever. You might have a better chance because rates change all the time. And, the rates, people say, the rates are higher than they were a few years ago. Well, and they never should have been that low, ever. They should not have been. whenever I got into this business 35 years ago, they were 15. When they dropped to 12, I was having a party. When they dropped to 12, okay?
Yeah.
So, now, sure, they're a lot more than they were a couple years ago. But, yeah, it's still the most, the best investment that a family has right now is the family home, without a doubt. Yeah.
And there are lots of homes available around our area right now.
Better than what they have been, but it's still tight. It is still real tight. And I was talking earlier. Yeah, if you have a piece of property out there, a house, whatever. My marketing time right now is 2 days.
Yeah.
2 days. 2 days on the market. So I know that a lot of my sellers are caught off guard by that. They don't understand that when I flip that switch, things happen.
They better be ready.
They better be ready. I listed one there just the other day, and it was gone in hours. She could not believe that it happened so quickly. The folks never even came
Yeah.
to look at it. Never even came. $425,000 wrote a check, never came to look at it.
Sight unseen. That's confidence right there.
That is confidence, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of stuff happens, and that's what you see sometimes now.
A lot, yeah. The drone technology. I go through and I videotape the house. I videotape the land. They see, what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know what it is.
Well, that's one of the things that you guys provide. We'll shift gears real quickly here because we got just a few minutes on the radio. I wanted to talk about the Walnut Festival. Obviously, this is near and dear to your heart, near and dear to your wife, Joellen's heart. And you guys are here. Not only you are representing Old Fences Realty, but you're here representing JoJo's Tacos right now. This is something really cool that you guys have started over the last year and a half, and she is here. Just in the second year of business, she's here at the festival. That's kind of a cool thing.
It's huge. She goes everywhere. We were at the Mothman Festival. When was that? 2 or 3 weekends ago. And, there are, gobs and gobs and gobs of people. Of course, her being on the Food Network, I had to make the door wider to get her head through. I had to do a little rehab work on it. But no, I didn't. But there was some folks that really blew me away. They were from L.A., okay, L.A., on their honeymoon coming to the Mothman Festival. I don't quite get that, but they were into it, apparently.
I assume, yeah.
Yes. So anyway, they spotted Joellen, and they had to have their picture with her. They were dragging her out of the trailer and a picture in front of her and with her and the Mothman thing and her taco wagon. Her fame has just gone crazy.
It's gone through the roof.
Yeah.
Well, I said this when you guys started the talk. I said, hey, you picked the correct thing because it's very inexpensive to put together. The profit margin is good, all that nonsense. But in the end, it's just great food. In the end, the taco truck serves tremendous food.
Yeah, she has, of course, the market research. You were involved in part of that, without a doubt. But, whenever we talk about food and, there's nothing wrong with a fried Twinkie.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to beat up on fried Twinkie, but, what's the health benefits of that?
None.
So with JoJo, she's got keto-friendly tacos if you have diabetes or you're watching your weight, want to be more health conscious. Those things are 0 net carbs. So if you eat 2 of her tacos, you ate no carbs.
Yes.
Well, net carbs.
Nick.
Net carbs, yeah. So, of course, most of the vegetables we grow, from the high tunnel. Right now, Joellen is making pico.
Yeah.
Early in the morning, she's up. She's making pico with fresh tomatoes. Forrest was picking peppers there this morning for the pico, and her spices. She's got 13 different spices she puts in that stuff. It even has ginger in it to help with digestion. And she has made the recipes and stuff healthy for people.
Yeah.
If you're fighting obesity, any type celiac disease, for example, Her chips are gluten free. Even the cheese in which she uses, the liquid nacho cheese,
Yeah.
it is also, she found a gluten free nacho cheese
Yeah.
version too. So we can't seem to find anybody that health wise or whatever
Yeah.
that doesn't like JoJo's.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking about health right now, and I'm thinking about those nachos, but they are fantastic. And again, it is the most health conscious way you can think about things at this Walnut Festival.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Well, Mike Greenlee, it's been a great half hour with you, as it always is, obviously. Thanks to Old Fences Realty for sponsoring this half hour of content. We hope you continue to have another great festival. I know you're going to be in and out of the taco truck, so we do appreciate you taking your time with us. And tell Joellen to keep on slinging the tacos. We'll be over there in a little bit.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Everybody, Mike Greenlee with Old Fences Realty. We're going to break away, send it back up to the studio. We're going to check in at the top half of the hour. Got another business sponsor getting set to take the chair with us, and we'll talk with them in just a little bit. In the meantime, back to you, Will. check. Yep, there's me.
I can hear you.
And there's you.
Woohoo.
Welcome back, folks. Glad that everybody is still tuning in with us at the 70th Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Once again, thanks to everybody who keeps commenting. If you have any questions about any event at the festival today, tomorrow, or Sunday, all you have to do is shoot us a message on the comments section of the videos, wherever you're watching, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch, and we will get you the information you absolutely need about the festival in any way, shape, or form. We've got all the information with us right in front of me, and it won't take me long to find whatever it is you guys are looking for. Had some questions earlier about what food vendors are here at the Black Walnut Festival. I wanted to go ahead and take the time to give you the list of all of the food vendors that are here. Once I find it, give me a second. There it is. And again, we want to say thank you to our sponsor for this half hour of content. Roan General Hospital is sponsoring this half hour on the radio and on our live streams. These are the food vendors for those of you who are asking. Of course, we've got the Pennsylvania Dutch funnel cakes right out in front on Main Street, as they always are. We brought tons of taters. Once again, they're here. You can't have a festival if you don't have DeRusso's Italian sausage. They are here once again. And, of course, Husky's ice cream with the black walnut ice cream, the pumpkin ice cream, and all the other things that they have. Gill's Pit Beef, a staple at the festival and here at Roane County events. Also, Getting Piggy with a 304, back for his third year. I was just slamming, if those of you were watching, some of his breakfast casserole that's got brisket in it, by the way. Holy cow, was that good. JoJo's Tacos, just talked with Mike Greenlee about Old Fitz's Realty, but also talked about JoJo's Tacos in just their second year of business, already at the festival this year, and, of course, they have been a smashing success. That donut place back for the second year, and if you don't know what that is, they got these mini donuts that are fluffy and light as air. It's almost like they disintegrate in your mouth, and it's not just that. They put a bunch of different toppings. You can order different ways to doing that. The Bloomin' Onion is here as well. I know people love that. Bayou Classics back for year number 2. That is Cajun food. They've got jambalaya, gumbo, and again, I had an armadillo egg yesterday on air. I'm embarrassed by that, but it still tasted fantastic. If you haven't had one of those, you better hurry, because they will run out of those. They did last year, and they will run out of those again this year. The Angus Philly truck with Angus tails and gyros is here. Of course, always the lemonade stand with hot dogs and corn dogs. The Pizza by the Slice people are here. They also offer meatball subs and calzones. Here's a new one. Hinode Hibachi is here. That's hibachi-style food, but they also, by the way, brought sushi to the Black Walnut Festival. Myself and Swolby had some sushi rolls on Wednesday. Unbelievable. You just never thought you'd have sushi, high-quality sushi, at the Black Walnut Festival. Well, guess what? They got it, and I may get some more later. Also, here's one that has been gone for a few years because of retirement. Our original Chinese food truck was gone for a few years. He sold it to his family members, some young family members, and they're back. Saigon Pearl Chinese food truck is here as well. The Turnaround Quick Bites is here, and Ruth's Big Apples. Those are caramel-dipped apples or whatever. They've got white chocolate dip. They've got M&Ms on them. I shouldn't be saying this stuff in front of the guy who's sitting beside me right now.
It's sounding good, though, Drew.
He's getting ready to talk about prescriptions for your health, and we're talking about all the nastiest food you can get. And, again, Gibson's Goodies Fudge is here. So those of you who are wanting to know who the food trucks were, those are the food trucks. Now that we've talked about all the terrible food that you can gorge yourself on, I'm happy to be joined by Jeff Tanner.
It's all right, Drew. You're going to take care of it tomorrow when you walk through the parade.
Yes.
And all the walking you'll do, you're going to get your steps in. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. You just got to account for it.
Yes.
Account for it.
Jeff is administrator at the hospital, and of course, what is your overall title? Is something to do with prescription for your health and wellness.
It's a lot of things, Drew. Vice President, the Center for Wellness. So our Center for Wellness is the new facility, outpatient facility we built. It's the lower half of that facility. Yeah. It takes in outpatient therapy. We also oversee our inpatient therapy side, and then our medical fitness center, which has to do with prescription for for Your Health, which is our community wellness program that we started a couple years ago.
Well, I talked with Julie Carr yesterday, and she was kind of overarching with many things that Roane General Hospital is currently involved in. Obviously, expansion project with the brick and mortar building out at Walton that is being built. Of course, we talked a little bit about the Arnoldsburg Clinic that opened up last year, and some other things that are happening. We talked about trying to recruit providers in many different fashions. But one thing that she really did want to hit on, and I wanted to hit on with you, and you know it better than just about anybody because you've been involved with this program since day one, Prescription for Your Health. And that it says a lot when you listen to it and you think about it. Prescription for Your Health. It doesn't mean one part of it. It doesn't mean another part. It is a full bore, inside out look at someone's health.
It tries to be very encompassing, and we wanted this to be a very medically driven program, and ultimately the idea originated with Dr. Scott Duffy, who's our cardiologist, and Dr. Duffy would write an order for his patients to go work out at the gym. And I mean, really, that's what it said, go exercise. And he would send it down. And so that idea kind of spurred some more thoughts. And our CEO, Doug Bentz, got involved and really kind of started championing this whole process of what can we do to really expand that to our whole community and offer some of those same benefits. Fitness, exercise really has tremendous positive impacts on a lot of things. We know about it for like heart disease and diabetes and so forth, but it also has tremendous benefits for if you have arthritis, falls prevention. There's a myriad of things that exercise can help. So we really expanded upon that and added nutrition education. We added diabetes education for those that are diabetic or pre-diabetic. We've expanded into a tobacco cessation program as part of the offering. So if you look at how the program's designed, it's really designed on 3 pillars. The first pillar being that with your medical provider, having that visit with the medical provider, understanding where you're at, what are some of the challenges you're facing, and how they best feel like they need to help treat you. And a lot of times that's medication, but a lot of that can also then be helped by changing in your diet and nutrition, increasing your ability to have some exercise and fitness, and doing some of those kinds of things. And so the second part of those pillar is the education component. Like I said, it's a nutrition education. We have Vicki Withers does our diabetes and nutrition education, and she does some basic nutrition education to kind of get you started. And then we'll also do some diabetic education for those people that are either diabetics for a long time, newly diagnosed diabetics, or they're pre-diabetic and you're trying to stay kind of out of that diabetic range. And then we also offer a tobacco cessation program for those that are smokers, vapes, or tobacco user, just to have an understanding of what the benefits of coming away from that substance is. And then the third part of it is our medical fitness, which is the gym. We offer, it's not just gym, but we do offer, fitness trainers. Matt, Will, and Kyle are up there. Veronica's up there teaching classes that can help you set up a training program or an exercise program. If you're very familiar with stuff, they can just give you an introduction to the equipment. If you're not, they can really help tailor a little bit of a program for you or get you involved in some of the classes that we offer to kind of get you on that road to starting to have some fitness and some exercise and adding that component into your overall health and wellness journey. The one of the other things that we've offered and kind of added into this, and we really kind of added it from the beginning of this program, is we added the concept of a health coach. Yeah. And a health coach, Kim Mertz is our health coach. A health coach, they really can kind of help set you down, design some goals, develop what we call SMART goals. They're sustainable, they're measurable type goals. They're real, we want goals that you really can attain. I want to lose 150 pounds in 2 weeks. That's not reality. We don't want to eat off the breakfast brisket we had. The reality is hey, I need to lose a couple pounds, or I want to improve my A1Cs. My blood sugar's up. I want to improve that, or my blood pressure's up, and I really want to try to bring it down and try to get off some medication. I want to be able to get out with the grandkids and play with grandkids or kids. Those are kind of some more attainable type goals, and then they'll help you kind of work through that process. And along anything that you do, you're going to come across a bump in the road or a little bit of a hurdle that you really need to try to, how do I get around this? And some of that can be, in our community, we've really come to realize over the last several years, they designate us as a food desert. And what that means is there's just the easy accessibility and availability of foods, and high-quality foods. Fresh fruits, vegetables, high-quality proteins, those things. It's just more of a challenge in our community to access that than it is in some others. And so, we've seen a lot of these things. So that health coach can kind of help direct you through some of these hurdles to try to keep you on that path to your overall best health and well-being, wherever that may take you.
Yeah, it is, as you mentioned, all-encompassing. And a lot of the times when you talk about people looking to try to improve their health in one way, they're not sure where to start. They're not sure what to do, where to get started with it. And this is a program that you can almost jumpstart it for them by asking them certain questions that they may not have asked themselves or know to ask themselves, and then directing them to the right people that you guys have on staff to help them get this thing started. And before they know it, then they're understanding exactly what they need to do. And it may be way less overwhelming than they thought originally, because when you just don't know anything about it, and honestly, we're in a county and we're in a state that struggles with that.
Absolutely.
And so just getting started is a big hurdle for people. But if you can get them involved, then you can show them what all you guys have to offer.
And absolutely. And that was one of the driving factors is when we do a community needs assessment at the hospital, and as we've done this community needs assessments, we've seen time and time again, we rank poorly in diabetes. We rank poorly in high blood pressure, hypertension, heart disease. We rank poorly in COPD. We know these things. We as we ask the questions, people don't feel like there has been a lot of opportunities for outdoor fitness or for fitness at all.
Yeah.
So those were some of those driving factors. We know we needed to address this, and we know we needed to try to provide some opportunities to kind of help those instances, and that's kind of what we've done with this. And like I said, it's so much more. Once you kind of get that education, and once you kind of have some of those tools, it's easier to address. And we've added a lot of things. You mentioned the gym and the trainers and those kinds of things. We do a fitness assessment when people come in. We're doing free lab work as part of this, so we want to have some pre-labs to know where you're at, and then come back that next year, we'll get another set of labs and kind of see where that goes. Those labs go back to your provider. Your results are going back to your provider. Like I said, we've really tried to make this as much of a medical program and involve those providers in helping to drive those conversations. We've added some other assessment tools as we've gone along. Some new things we added just this year. We added an in-body body composition scanner. And what that really has allowed us to do is have a much better idea of how you're progressing as you're going through the program. And kind of give you an instance. Before we would take height and weight, and you do what's called
a BMI.
Get your BMI. And sometimes people's BMI wouldn't always drop as they're exercising. They'd get very frustrated, and they're just like, oh, why is this? And, some people would be on the border if they really wanted to quit because they're not seeing the results they thought they would. When we got this body composition scanner, one of the most interesting things we did was we started taking some of the results, and as people came back and did a repeat scan, what we would see is their weight may increase, absolutely did. But what we were seeing happening is it wasn't that their body fat mass increased, it was their skeletal muscle mass increased as they exercised. So they lost body fat mass, which is what we want them to do and what they want to do. They just also were doing through the strength training, increased their skeletal muscle mass. So their BMI went up. But when you looked at it as a whole, their percent body fat had dropped.
Yeah.
Their skeletal muscle mass had increased. The amount of body fat had decreased. Visceral fat, which is one of the components that it measures, and visceral fat is kind of an interesting topic. Visceral fat is the fat that surrounds, that is stored and surrounds your body's organs.
Yes.
And then the more visceral fat, or the higher visceral fat ratio you have, it's an increased for high blood pressure, for diabetes, for what they call metabolic disease.
Yeah.
And really, so as that visceral fat comes down, it's an indicator of increased health. And so when we started doing these body scans again with people, it was so valuable to be able to show, hey, Don't worry about what your weight did.
Don't
and
worry
your
about the
BMI.
scale, for goodness
Yes,
sakes.
yes. Look at what your overall results are. One, we can show what you're doing, but the other times when you start talking to them, then how do you feel?
Yes.
Well, I'm feeling better. I feel like I can walk longer, or I can run longer, or I don't get out of breath as easy. Those are the easy answers. Now you're just able to give a little bit of some data behind that to say, well, here's why you're feeling this is
Yeah.
because you actually are having some significant improvements in your overall health. And it's not that your weight's going up because you're working out more, you're building more muscle, and that's what we want. And you want to continue on that path.
Throw the scale out for a little bit, just for a little while.
Just for a little while.
Yeah,
just for a little while.
Let that thing go for a little while you're getting yourself ready. And then if it becomes a lifestyle change,
Yes.
then you can start checking that and really focusing on it. One thing I wanted to ask is you said this came out of a Scott Duffy sending patients down to exercise. That was the script that he wrote for his patients. Now, you call this Prescription for Your Health. Is this a pilot program, or are there similar things that you guys were able to find maybe across the state, across the nation, that were able to be models for this design?
The whole thought about medical fitness or exercising and doing those kinds of things is not new. And we've looked at a couple different facilities. We looked at several other facilities, in-state and out-of-state, when we started designing this program. The thing that we've really noticed, and how we really probably the unique part about this is the amount of medical provider input oversight is probably a lot more than what you see in a lot of the other programs that we've looked at. And being able to turn that data back around to the provider. Some programs would send an update after 8 weeks, and their programs are only 8 weeks. We're trying to make our program really, we do an enrollment for a year, but we want those individuals to stay for a lifetime. So it's just trying to keep on rolling with it. And so those are some of the more unique parts. The other part that's really, really unique is the amount of data that we're collecting and the amount of data that we're analyzing.
Yeah.
And how we're trying to utilize that data really to drive a lot of what's going on, not just individually with our participants that are in the program, but really using that data to drive how this can change what's going on in the community.
Yeah.
A population change. And like you talked about earlier, behavioral changes, these lifestyle changes, they're tough to make and they're tough to stay with.
Yeah.
And it's even harder when you look at trying to do this on a community scale or a population scale, to really try to drive it to where ultimately our goal is when we look at these indicators. You mentioned how poorly we rank as a county in the state of West Virginia and how poorly the state of West Virginia ranks nationally when you look at some of these things as far as relating to diabetes and hypertension and cardiac disease. We're trying to drive that and move that needle the other direction. And it takes some time. It takes a lot of effort. But it's those opportunities that if we can provide these opportunities for individuals and they can really see the benefit, it's just that one step at a time.
Well,
trying to make that difference.
Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday to Julie Carr when she highlighted the Prescription for Your Health and why you guys wanted to do this because of the changes in the poorest or in the most obese community in the most obese state. Well, and I said, well, if you're wanting to make a whole community change, I said, that seems to me like a really daunting task and an overwhelming thing to try to take on. But here you are, you're a hospital, you're in the county, you're a community-based hospital, you've been here for years, so why not do that?
Oh, absolutely.
It is definitely a large undertaking, to say the least, to try to change not just one or two or three, but an entire community's thoughts on how they become more healthy. But again, it's a worthwhile task, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, it's a daunting task. There's a lot to do with it, and I think we can get there. But it's one of those things that in order for us to be successful, we've had to have support. We've had support from our administrators. Doug obviously was early into this, trying to really drive this, and a lot of these ideas were his. But our board of directors really got on board and really have been supportive about trying to help this up. A lot of what we've done to this point has been on us, and there's been a lot of expense. There's been a lot of work that's been done to develop this, to get it off the ground, to get it up and running, and to be able to do these things. And we're at that point now where, to really make some of these next steps and really make these progressions, we're still going to be digging in there and working in the trenches. but we need to be able to hopefully have some people come in and take a look at this, from legislators, from
Yes.
grant funding, from educational institutions potentially, from the insurance providers. Take a look at this program and see what the benefits are and see some of the results, which is why that we do so much of the data
I was going to say that's where the data analysis comes in,
Yeah.
obviously,
Yeah.
because they're going to want to see the receipts. Always.
Yes, yeah. Well, and like I said, we've had a great opportunity to work with WVU's Office of Research. They've been tremendous to help do a lot of our data analysis for us. We've come up with some really great partners in some of this stuff with analyzing data and collecting the data, and that's the thing that we need to be able to show people. There is a difference. It is worthwhile. And it's making a difference in our community, and hopefully they see it on their other side, because it's a return on investment for them, because if people are healthier, they're taking less medications, they're going to the doctor less. It kind of self-defeats our purposes of being a hospital, but
you'll take it.
But we'll take it, because overall everybody's going to be healthier. So that's what we want, and that's kind of the driving force. And this hospital, it was started by the community. It was built up by the community. Its mission is community driven.
Yeah.
And that's why we found a lot of value in it, and the board still does, and everybody's been really behind it. So we encourage people, if they ever have any questions, we have information, please feel free to contact us at the hospital. You can, as simple as walking in, and you can talk to anybody at the fitness center. We have a prescription for your health office where Kim and Vicki and their staff set that answer questions. Talk to your medical provider.
Yes.
All the local medical providers have been made aware of the program. They know the benefits of the program. They're involved. They refer patients to us. So have that conversation with your medical provider. But there's many ways you can kind of come into our program. We've tried to make it very accessible, tried to make it very easy. It's open to anyone in the public. But it is. It's all about trying to do something for the community.
And again, if you guys are looking to do something here at the festival, the tent is set up right beside of us, just about 20 feet from us. They've got a couple of tables set up, and they've got some representatives from the hospital to answer some of those questions you may have. On top of that, you guys are going to be very involved with this festival, not only just as a sponsor, as a corporate sponsor, but you guys are a big sponsor of the 5K Nut Run.
Yep.
That's going to be taking place on Sunday morning. But you guys are going to be in the grand parade in a very interesting way. I wondered, and I asked Julie, she wasn't sure. I said, did anybody ever talk Matt White into getting into the old spandex and jumping on a treadmill on the parade?
No, didn't talk Matt White into that. We did talk two others into it. So
okay,
yeah, there will be two others. They're kind of nutty, if you want to kind of go with that. All right, but yeah. So and if everybody is stopped by the tent, we'll be here today till 4:00. If not, someplace in that parade tomorrow, you'll see our float go by.
Yep.
And actually, there's a nice couple QR codes on the side of the float.
Okay.
If you take your phone and hit the QR code, it'll take you straight to the Prescription for Your Health website page on our hospital website. All the information that you would want to know about is a great starting place, and has all the contact information for us right there.
Fantastic. I love a good parade float and one that you can actually utilize, actually. Jeff Tanner, great information for us here, and continue, you guys at the hospital, to try to promote health and wellness in our community. It's badly needed, obviously.
Well, and it's good. And like I said, we had a great community. There is a lot of support to it. I think it's one of those things, when you give people an opportunity, you give them the tools and show them that it can be done, they're going to be willing to do it.
100%. Jeff Tanner with the Rowan General Hospital and Prescription for Your Health. Rowan General Hospital has been our sponsor for this half-hour content. We got another group of people ready to go. It is a busy Friday for us. It's a busy Friday at the festival. Everything is getting ready to start up here at about 9 or 10 o'clock today, and we invite you to come down. It's going to be a gorgeous weather day. The whole weekend is going to be great weather for the festival, so come down and enjoy. Check. Hey, we go. Making sure we got all these headsets on. We do apologize for those of you who are waiting with bated breath for me to come back on here. I was slamming some of the pancakes from the pancake breakfast brought to me by the man sitting to my right. Looks like it's on the left from your camera view, Josh Downey. He said yesterday that he was going to bring me pancakes from the pancake breakfast, and he was not lying. He did do just that. I thank you for that, Josh. That was good stuff.
Ready to go. Those are Italian pancakes, is my understanding. We're helping some kids get to Italy.
Absolutely. It's the Tour Italy group from Rome County High School that was selling the pancakes, and I believe they're still going strong for the next 25 minutes trying to raise money for that trip over to Italy. That's a really good segue, by the way, to our half-hour sponsors here. Again, Josh and Amy Downey, I want to thank you guys again for sponsoring this, and not just so you guys can talk about your marriage or your excitement about West Virginia football. There's a reason for you guys coming on here, and the reason to come on here is we want to discuss all the topics and all the information related to this school levy that is going to be on the general election ballot coming the first week of November. You talk about that Tour Italy group. We talked about that yesterday about them people trying to constantly raise money to do things for our kids, and the kids raising money to try to do things and try to reach out and expand their horizons. And so what we're trying to do here with this levy is, number one, we're trying to get out the information to people. Number one, what it actually does. Number two, we're trying to explain to people the true economic impact for the general taxpayer in Roane County. And I think people might be surprised at how little it is going to affect them, honestly, when you look at the year-long projection for this thing. And number three, to tell exactly what's in this levy. What the proposal is, and you guys decided that you were very passionate about this. You wanted to at least try to put out this information so people were better informed, Josh and Amy, when they do go to the polls, and maybe take a second look at this if they are thinking, oh, no way, or if they're not sure about it and they need the information.
That's exactly right, Drew. You know, Amy and I talked about this. We're both grew up here in Roane County, just as you did. The education that we received when we were in the school system allowed us to go on. We both went to WVU, and now we're back home, and we decided this was something that we need to look seriously at as a community. And, you know, I've worked some election nights with you and so forth, and we've had a lot of fun of doing that in the past. And the one thing you always need to do, whether you're voting for a candidate or a levy, and we have lots of good levies on the ballot here. That's Josh Downey's opinion, nobody else this time. But is be educated about it. So, you know, we talked about some of the numbers, and Amy is the numbers person in our household. I laugh and tell people all the time I'd be lost if one of the best things I ever did was marry an accountant. Not only is she lovely and very important person in my life, but she keeps me straight. But the numbers, you know, we talked yesterday. If you own a home that's appraised for $200,000 and you have a car that's appraised for $25,000, you're looking at somewhere $140, $150 a year total cost to you.
Total. On
this levy. And, you know, we'll hit some of those numbers again this morning. And, you know, Amy's got her Steve Karnecki chart, and, you know, she'll go over that. But the other thing we're going to do this morning a little bit as we move through our half an hour is we're going to bring a couple different people here.
Yes.
Who support this levy and why they support this levy and how it impacts them and why they're behind it. So Amy can give some of the quick numbers when you look at school levies, where Roane County sits compared to the state.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, before I have the job I have now, I spent 10 years at the Roane County Board of Education as the treasurer, handling the finances. And so, you know, it was always a struggle because our county didn't have a levy. And when you look at the counties in the state that don't have an excess levy, it fluctuates. At one point when I was there, Roane County was one of 7 counties that didn't have an excess levy. Excess levies really are the norm when you look across the state. You know, I made my little map as I went through the current levy roster, looking at the state website, and all around us, every county around us has an excess levy, 2-3 counties deep. In fact, there's not a county south of us all the way across the state that does not have an excess levy. If you look across the state, Roane, Braxton, Webster, Barber, those are the only counties really close to us that don't have an excess levy. Every other county, other than those national forest counties, has an excess levy. And, people think, the property taxes we already pay. But the excess levy is much smaller than that. It's a much smaller dollar amount. Josh mentioned, $140, $150 a year for the average taxpayer, $10 to $20 a month. And you look at the rates around us, Gilmer County, not that far from us, another small county, really smaller than us. They've had an excess levy, and their tax rates for that are 40% higher than what's being proposed here. Work County, really close to us, neighboring county, really small. They have had a levy for a very long time, and their tax rate there is 4 times higher, 4 times over the tax rates being proposed here. So, when you look at some of the things in the levy and some of the things the levy could pay for, enrichment, enhancement activities, positions and things that aren't included with the state aid formula that our school receives from the state aid funding, it's primarily based on enrollment. The excess levy won't be based on enrollment.
Yes.
That's what's very important. It's a secured funding source that as students fluctuate, as inflation rises, you've got this pot of money that can help patch those holes and smooth and sustain services that are over and above regular education. And so that's, a couple folks here today, are going to talk about, why they support the levy and some of the extracurriculars and extra things and special things that Roane County does that this levy can help support.
Yeah, it's a big deal for us in this county, and I know that it's a tough road to hoe when you're trying to ask taxpayers for money. And so what we're here to do is not only for you guys to explain the numbers and what the actual effect will be, which is very, very minimal. If you want to talk about that, Josh, it's a minimal. You put it in good terms yesterday. You said it's one less pizza per month for the year.
One less, and shooting today with the inflation, it's probably about a half a pizza a month. You're looking at $10 or $12. And like I said, today what we want to do, this was a half an hour that Amy and I decided to do. So we started reaching out and saying who here in the community that you might know or have heard about is behind this levy. And both these guys are good friends to me, and I think they're probably, if we move the camera just a little bit so we can actually see them.
Yeah, it'd be nice if Swalby was doing his job. I don't know where he is. He left us or something,
But, Coach Paul Burdett, we've got an outstanding football team again this year, and the fellow beside him is my good friend and our former county clerk, Charlie White. And these are, when they heard that we were talking about this levy, they have both been behind it, so we thought this would be a great opportunity. And we're going to have a couple other people here in the next 15, 20 minutes, but just to explain the significance of the levy to them.
Yeah, you guys will both come at this from multiple perspectives. Obviously, Coach Burdett, we'll start with you. You are a coach at the high school, have been for many years now, 14 years at the high school. Before that, you were at the middle school. You also are a father of students who are in the system and one who has now graduated the system, and you're also a teacher. So you come at this from multiple angles when we're talking about funding that is incredibly needed for the kids in this community, and you have a lot of skin in the game for this, don't you?
Yeah, and it like you said, several different reasons why, but just looking at it from the athletic standpoint, and I know there's some monies in it that's kind of going to be used for supporting the athletics. I'll talk on behalf of Coach Ford because that's where I see it at the most. When you go to the other counties around us, Jackson County, Work County, and those teams travel, and we got to travel a lot of places. You take every sports program throughout the whole year, and you talk about a bus to every away game they got to go to. That's covered by those counties' levies. There's no skin off anybody's back in the system. When we travel at Roane County, that's all paid for by Coach Ford. Every bit of it is paid for out of athletics. So everything that Coach Ford does, all the gate money for football, all the gate money for basketball, pays for not only travel and buses throughout the whole year, but also pays for all the officials.
Yep.
And so when everything's said and done, the amount of money that's left at the end of the year that could possibly be used back for any of the sports programs to help out with uniforms, which are crazy expensive these days.
They're not getting any cheaper.
No, none at all. All that money is used up, and it's not able to go out and be used by the sports program. So just that end of it, I think it's an absolute huge deal. And you would see how far exactly that little bit of money that you would have to pay each year would go in helping just that part of the levy.
Yeah, that's as a coach and as a parent, because your kids will be benefiting from that. As a teacher, we're talking about losing students population, and this means actual jobs. When you're talking about your coworkers or whoever it may be could be affected by this stuff. So this is another important thing for you guys.
Sure, and we see it all the time. I mean, you hear on TV, on the news about school closures and not only school closures, but the rifts, the transfers, people not having a job anymore, and it really hits home when it's somebody in your household or it's somebody that you've worked with for years that no longer have that job anymore, and we are losing students, but it's not just Roane County; it's our whole state,
yeah.
But my biggest thing is this: we should be supporting our students. There's nothing else more important in my mind that you can invest your money in than the students of Roane County. There's a lot of people that invest a lot of time.
Looking at one right
there. And I have zero issue of investing money as well. If it means the difference between the haves and the have-nots.
And Drew, investing money and people who've been involved with our students, and the man beside Coach Burdett right there, everybody here knows Charlie White. And Charlie and I were talking about this. Charlie thinks he probably had kids in the school system longer than anybody in the county. but this is another example of someone who's invested in our community. A lot of people might not know this, but when the team's traveling and it's a game that our band's able to go to and support, or they're going to these parades, or it's this time of year, I think they're hitting multiple band festivals in one day. Charlie White's the man who's pulling that trailer of all that equipment. And so when I asked Charlie if he'd come out on the radio, it was an immediate yes. So Charlie, we've talked about levies a lot in the past. We've done a lot of elections together over the past 16 years. You've always been a supporter of these school levies, and why is that?
Well, I think the children are the future for this county. And like Coach Burdett said, the enrollment has dropped like almost 50% since '94 when the high school opened, and we can't continue this way. If we lose the youth, your county's going to die eventually. Just like they've told us at church meetings, if you don't have any youth in your church's going to die when all of the older people are going. So it's the same way with the county. And the thing of it is, if we lose all the enrollment, and then the state funding go down, and you can't attract anybody in here. You can't attract young families with the children. And like I said, I had children in school consecutively from 1983 to 2016. And we're involved in every activity, didn't matter what it was, and we would go to watch them, and we need the support of the family. So that's another reason this levy would be good. Like if you don't charge the grandparents for coming in,
right,
they can support their grandkids. That's just an important thing, because they need to have support from their elders.
And I mentioned that, I said kids aren't dumb. No. They look up in the stands, and they're looking for their family members. That's and right. It means something to them when they're able to see that.
Right.
And that's somebody said, I think it was used as a lifelong memory.
Yeah.
Just from that moment, and that's a big deal.
Right.
That's not something that's just whatever. No, that's a big deal, especially these kids.
That's right. I even had a young lady that was working as a nurse's aide for one of the doctors when I took my mother, and she said, "I recognize you." Said, "You were always there for Olivia's band concerts or band competitions." Said, "I'd always see you." And I said, "Well, that was important to me." And she said, "And that was important for me to see because my dad worked away and he couldn't be there. And I mean, I just think that we got to support our children, and this is not going to cost very much. Like I've got a decent house and a couple cars, and I figured it up from the figure that Emily put in the paper, and it's going to cost me less than $100
for the year.
For the year, so you know that's like a loaf of bread per week.
He said a pizza.
Okay.
And you know, Drew, Charlie hit on a point. You know, we've got to reverse this trend. We're losing population, and we all know the formula, but attracting young families.
Yes.
And yesterday we hit on it a little bit. We have for our area, major industry coming within a 60-mile radius of us. There are going to be families and population growth in this area, and we want to, even if that factory is not within our boundaries, the population can be.
Yes, it can.
And
what's the attractant to get them here?
Exactly, and that's exactly, you know, if you're a young professional and if we're trying to get young teachers or other young professionals, staff at Roane General Hospital, the question they always want to know is, how's your school system?
Right.
And they will locate in that. And one way to show the strength of a school system is to say, hey, we are a community that passes levies. You know, we did the bond levy, and bond levies are different than excess levies. The school system said we're going to do this, and they did it. And if you look at, and some of that might not be stuff we see, you know, if we come up to a school, but when you replace roofs and HVAC systems and all of that. So that's very significant.
We say everything works until it doesn't, and then what do you do?
Exactly.
You know, and those are the things you just don't see that we need the help for. And again, it is such we have such great people here, and I hope that these great people become a great community again and continue to try to back these kids at every turn. No matter what, because your kids are your kids, but it does take a village to help out with your kids. And so we're here to try to, number one, put a face behind the people who are supporting this, and maybe somebody looks and they're like, oh, well, I never thought of it. Let me ask Coach Burdett about that then. Or let me ask Charlie White what he thinks about this stuff. We're trying to get the information out there because anytime you come up with something like a levy, there's always half-truths and there's a whole lot of other simple. For the vast, vast, vast majority of the taxpayers, it is a minimal change to your existing year in and year out.
And why wouldn't you want to support success?
Yeah.
Our students in the classroom, it's proven throughout the numbers for the last couple of years, the growth that we've had in the classroom at each level, our success of our kids on the sports scenes, whether it's football, it's wrestling, it's track, it's baseball, it's basketball, whatever. These kids are out here working, not only in the classroom, but extra. Our FFA kids do a tremendous job. There's probably 4-H FFA kids at the barn right now, 100 plus, that have worked all summer long on a project, and now they're out there presenting that project to anybody that will come watch for 3 days.
Yep.
Just another example. That's the support that we need to be given to our kids. It's not fair, in my opinion, and that's what's driven me so much in support of what we're doing. It just seems unfair for us to take our kids somewhere and they see the extra. They see the extra support. They see the upgrades that get made because there's a little bit of extra money. They see that they can take a bus wherever they need to go because the pay for the bus is not a big deal.
And we're not talking about other communities that are, huge, rich communities that have lots of industry. We're talking about similar communities to ours.
Smaller communities.
I
mean, we're talking about the Wirts and some of our sister counties short. Population-wise, industry side, Jackson County's bigger than us, but Wirt County's not bigger than us.
Right.
Calhoun's not bigger than us. And, and Paul's hitting on some important points here. This is about supporting our kids. And, if you go down through that levy call and you look at there may be something you say, well, that's not necessarily important to me, that one issue. But we need to look at the whole picture here. And a lot of this is, hey, we are going to support our school system in this community. So we really appreciate Paul and Charlie coming on. And we have some other people here in the last couple minutes we're going to get on here to talk about what's in this. Yesterday we had Dennis Carpenter, one of our board members, and I think today we have Jeff Mace here with us, and he wanted to jump on and talk for a few minutes.
We'll allow them to do it. We'll let you get back to the barn.
I said one more thing. Josh mentioned I was pulling the band trailer like 8 years after my daughter graduated, but it was so good for her, and the school system was so good for all 5 of my children. I'm going to ask everybody to do what I try to do. It's not me. Pay it forward.
Yep.
Pay it forward.
White. And again, we'll bring in now Jeff Mace, Board of Education President. We still have a couple people waiting in the wings as well. But, Jeff, very glad that you were able to come here and join us for this very important discussion topic that we have. I told Coach Paul Burdess, come at this multiple angles as a coach, number one, as a father, number two, as a teacher. You also, Jeff, come at this from multiple angles. As someone who has 3 children who came through this school system, who benefit from athletics, academics, and extracurriculars, you also come at this as a community member, and you come at this as a Board of Education member, the president of this board. This means a lot to our community, right?
It does. It does. And I'm going to bring it from the angle of just being from a parent, right? So we moved back to the area. We didn't live in the area when we started having kids, and we moved back for the very purpose of raising our kids in Roane County. My wife and I, and Valerie's been a teacher for almost 29 years now, taught in a very successful county, much more prosperous county. It would have been more beneficial for her to stay in that county. However, we wanted to come home. And we knew what we were raised around. We knew what the school system and the benefits of that. Small communities are at the heart of what got me involved. Started off with the PTOs and the LSICs and the schools, and then you just move in, and then that's how I got to this position. But it's important to focus on our communities here, and Roane County has always had a strong community, and it's always supported its schools at multiple levels. We just need to look at it financially and support these financially. These I've been listening, and I, like I said, I just want to put in a few minutes. And I mean, it's quite obvious where my heart lies in these things. But we've had 3 kids that have went through the Roane County school system, have excelled at that, excelled outside of the school system, and it's because of the education they got here. I mean, we have quality teachers, we have quality administrators, we have quality facilities, and we need to keep that. We need to maintain that, and that is, my desire and my passion for this is to continue the growth that we've seen in Roane County schools. What we've found is with some of the federal funds, not to get too deep in the weeds here, but we've had federal funds come to us over the last 4 or 5 years because of the COVID pandemic money.
Yeah.
And what we've seen, we've been able to take that money and we've been able to roll that into successful programs. We need to maintain those successful programs. What we've shown is we can do it. We can be good stewards of the money, and so so we're asking, the county or the citizens of Roane County to trust us again on this. We think we've done pretty well on it. We've got the data to back it up and the success to do it, and we can put this to the good funds. You can put it to continue these after-school programs. You can continue the after-school tutoring, summer programs to accelerate. It's going to be very helpful for our lower grades. That Third Grade Success Act is going to really push to make sure all of our third graders reach their potential by 3rd grade, so we're not holding anybody back. They all know how to read by the time they get to 4th grade. That's a very important part of education process, because if they can't read at 4th grade, then they can't learn going forward. It's going to be harder for them to learn. So that act is it's a great, but it's going to cost. It's got funding implications to it, and so to make it work and that impact. So it's a great opportunity I think Roane County has. I don't tend to look at things as negatives, but more as an opportunity for us to expand on the success we've already had.
And I think if people would ask those questions of those people, if people would ask questions to the Board of Education, people ask questions of some of the people who are around here, what was that money previously used for? Let's show you what this money was previously used for. Not only did we utilize it, but we, as you mentioned, you expanded the opportunities for that. And it's an opportunity for the community. It's not a challenge for the community. It's not, well, woe is me, what's this going to cost me? It's going to cost you pennies on the dollar. And it's just, the benefit is more than the cost, always, when it comes to this levy. The benefit is far outweighs the cost.
Yeah, and like I said, benefit outweighs the cost, and it's an investment. And if you've heard over and over today, whether it was Charlie, Coach Burdett, Jeff's now saying we're investing in our children and the payback that we can get as a community. We want to show our children now in the school system we support them. We want them to be proud of the education that they have. And then someday when they go on and they're ready, this was a perfect ending to this half an hour, Jeff's a good example. He came home.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to come home because he knew where he lived. And to come home, we need a strong school system, without a doubt. And just, Jeff, just real quickly, because our time's wrapping up today, you've been on the board several years now, so you've seen it. You know, you may have some people out there at this level say, I'm already paying taxes. You know, the school board already gets money. They don't need this extra money. You know, one thing, the COVID money you've talked to, that's kind of kept us afloat for the past 4 or 5 years. Dr. Duncan did a great job explaining that yesterday when he was just giving facts. And then, but can you just stress for a couple minutes the significance of our student population dropping and what that does to your board budget?
Yeah. So, again, Amy does an extremely good job talking finance, and I miss her dearly sometimes at the board meetings. But loss of student enrollment directly affects our revenues. So if you were thinking in terms of a business, the school system really only has a couple of ways of generating revenue: local funds and local taxes, state aid, which is where all your federal funds and state funds get funneled through, and then an excess levy. An excess levy, again, as we've been pointing out, is different from a bond, which is mainly construction, but for being able to fund projects and extracurriculars and things like that, we need funding to come through those local sources. So most of our funding is coming through state aid, and that's directly tied to the number of students that we enroll. Population drops, enrollment drops every year, has cost us loss of funds. Those loss of funds, there's a formula put together that determines how many teachers we can employ and employees we can employ based on those funds. So we are very hamstrung, so to speak, when it comes to those numbers, because the point of that is to keep us all solvent and keep us in the black. So every time the population or enrollment decreases for whatever reason, we lose revenue. And so generating revenue is not just as easy as going out there and saying, well, let's do something and pick it up. You can't. In county budget, school budgets are just very tight. So in enrollment to us, we are on those numbers every year, anticipating what those are going to be, and sometimes they are significant. Just look at, and that's not just us; that's across the state. Everybody is dealing with this. You see multiple counties looking at issues within student enrollment. However, I will say there are opportunities. The school systems have changed. Boundaries are not drawn anymore just by attendance zones, right? People can cross attendance zones and go to school, cross counties to go to school. So we are really in competition with other schools, not just other districts, but other types of schools, charter schools and parochial schools. So we have an opportunity again to be a light and say, look, and don't take me wrong, I am pro-choice for school. School choice is something that I believe in. I just choose public school system, okay? And we have a quality public school system in Roane County, and we can attract those people. We can attract the kids in from and families in, and I think somebody was touching on the economy and the changing in the area. Roane County has always been kind of a commuter county, right? They have lived here and worked in other counties, and there's a huge opportunity going to occur here, and there just needs to be good infrastructure in order, and one of those key parts of infrastructure is a good education system. That's what they're looking for. In my business operation, we have hired multiple people recently in the last 2 or 3 years that have moved out of state. Arizona, California, western counties, eastern states have come into there, and they are just amazed with what we have in West Virginia. But they are also looking for the right place, right? They want that education system to be competitive with the areas they came from as well.
And that's where we can come in, folks, as a community. The levy is on the election ballot for November, and all these people very passionate about it. I'm very passionate about it. I'm glad that Josh and Amy are so passionate about it as to put forth their effort and their finances to get the word out about this. And we're going to continue with this again. You guys will be back tomorrow, correct?
That's right. We're back at 10 o'clock, and we'll try to hit on some other aspects of it. And like I said, we half an hour goes quick when you're
goes by fast.
And I'll tell you, if people are down here and they have questions, Dr. Duncan's down here with us. We just ran out of time today. Jeff's down here. You have Dennis Carpenter here. If you have questions, ask them.
Yes.
And they'll show you the numbers. And what we want to do.
I promise Jeff won't bite your head off if you go ask him a question.
We just want people to be educated,
Yes.
so when they go vote, they can make an informed decision that they feel comfortable about. And just in the purpose of us buying this half an hour and doing this a couple times this weekend is just to show, hey, this is what we think, and we think this is the best way to support our kids.
100%. Jeff, thank you very much for
Thank
joining
you. I
us.
want to thank Josh and Amy for helping us and giving this spot. And just on your point, for informational purposes, we're meeting every 2 weeks right up until, we have a portion of our meeting that allows the public to come in and participate. And this agenda is an agenda item every meeting so that we're able to speak and give more information about it. Be happy
And there
to
it
do
is.
that.
Show up for those board meetings, folks. Josh, thank you, and Amy again.
Absolutely,
We'll be doing it all over again tomorrow morning. We're going to continue talking about this and pushing for this and hammering about this school levy. I am 100% behind it. Not that means anything to anybody else, but that's because I am a community-based human being. I love the kids of our community. I want to support them in every single way, and I will give and sacrifice whatever it takes. So there it is.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Drew. We'll see you
Thank
tomorrow.
you guys very much. We've moved in. I told you all it was going to be busy on this Friday morning, and it is. I see my next sponsor over there sitting down, patiently waiting. I hope he's drinking caffeinated coffee over there as well. Josh, make sure you tell Doc Duncan and the rest. I'm sorry we couldn't get them all on. We'll try to continue with this as best we possibly can.
Get a few breaths of fresh air. Nobody's sleeping. I'm going to call in.
Yeah. Well, hop on in here to my next sponsor for the next hour of content. I told Joel. Joel wasn't sure what to think. I told Kristen to tell you. I don't know if she did. Listen, you don't have to talk for the entire hour of this if you don't want to. That's fine. If you have enough content, if we have enough to talk about for the next hour, we can do that. It's your dime. It's your hour. Joel Baker, attorney at law, is here. Or I should say, Joel Baker Law Office. I've said attorney at law, and I feel like I'm robbing somebody else's advertisement sometimes.
Now, however you want to throw it out there is completely fine with me, Drew. First of all, before we get started, thanks a ton for everything that you do here in Spencer. I don't know that you know how much people appreciate that, but we certainly do. I love all the help that you've given me at my business, since I've been in town. So thanks for welcoming me and for doing things like this. We love it.
Well, Joel, you give attorneys a great name. I'll tell you that, buddy.
Well, I'll tell you, I appreciate hearing that. If you ever meet me somewhere out in town, you'll never know who I am or what I do. I don't project that at all, as you can obviously tell. But if somebody finds out I'm an attorney, it's because they ask. I don't ever go out and mention it. So thank you.
Well, I tell you what, man, it's been fun having you for this little amount of time that you've started your own business here. Let's talk about where this all began for you, Joel. As you mentioned, you're not the everyday attorney in just the way that you present yourself to the public, but obviously law is something that you've become very passionate about. I wanted to know. We'll go back. We've got some time here because I want to talk about where this began for you when it comes to the legal system, law. What was the spark for you, and when did it come? Was it a young age? Did you know you wanted to do this? Did you fall into it accidentally?
Yeah.
How did this happen?
Sorry to interrupt you there.
No,
Yeah,
it's
of
all
course.
right.
So it definitely kind of happened by accident, and it's like Floyd Mayweather says, it's all about the timing, right? So that's the way this worked. All I ever wanted to do growing up was go to the military, and in fact, that had my mind set on not going to college. My sister, as a matter of fact, filled out my college application. So after some persistence from her and from my parents, I decided to go to college first, then go to the military. Kind of just breezed through college, didn't take it all that seriously. And after 3.5 years, I graduated early just to get it over with, going to the military, right? Show up in January after graduating in December, go to their medical facility where you get your training. It's called MEPS. Didn't pass the medical portion of the testing. So here I am at square one with no college. I mean, a college degree that I didn't put any passion into, or, and a friend of mine that I practice law with in Ripley, Calvin Hunacre, excellent guy, good attorney for you Ripley folks listening. He said, hey, look, I'm going to take this test in February to see if I can get in law school. Why don't you go? And sure enough, I was a good enough guesser, I guess, to stumble backwards right into it like Forrest Gump, So just right place, right time. And once I got to law school, I started taking it very seriously, and I had no looking back since then.
You just found out that there was something you actually wanted to take seriously, something that was interesting to you, obviously.
Correct.
Enough interest in that to run through a difficult program. Law school is not an easy thing to do for anybody, but something that obviously piqued your fancy, and you fell right into it at the right time, the right place. And then, so you get out of law school, and obviously...
If I can touch on that for just a second, if you don't care, Drew. So the thing about law school is that it's not necessarily for your best and brightest. Some of the people there certainly are. I didn't include myself in that group. Law school is a place where if you have a good work ethic, you can prosper. And it's the same with the profession. So I come from a background where, over at the office, I have my grandfather's mining lot. So, hardworking people.
Yeah.
It kind of makes me emotional just talking about it. But, so I always had the work ethic to be able to do it, and that's carried over into my professional life, which has also, been able to be seen from your perspective and from others in town just by the success that I've had since I've been here. So it all comes down to work ethic, and there's no difference in law school either. It was effort. That was it.
Runs through the DNA. I tell you, I've seen that. That is an impressive thing. You showed me that the last time I was over there, and I thought, man, talk about bringing it back to reality very, very quickly. You have an opportunity to be who you are because of who came before you, and so you honor that with your work ethic. You absolutely do honor that with your work ethic, and I think you honor that with the way you treat people. Number one, again, I don't know if lawyers all the time get a bad rap or whatever it is.
Usually, yes, usually
they get a bad
and that's
rap.
mainly the reason I don't say that's what I do. It's not for me. It's just to avoid the blowback.
Yeah. And again, I've only known you in business relationships first when I met you and Calvin both over in Ripley when I was just fresh selling advertising. I didn't know what I was doing at the point. And then you decided that really it was very close after that first year that I was in business. You came over here and started, and you opened up your own practice over here. And then since then you've moved into the new building that you guys have. So it has not been easy for you over here as far as just getting settled, number one. You came here, you got this first place, and then over there.
There are two things I would like to say about that, if that's okay. So number one, first and foremost, the people here have been very welcoming, and they have been able to help me make this happen. So I feel like I resonate very well here because I'm surrounded by a lot of good, hardworking people. Just, I was raised by good people, and I feel like, being around that here in Spencer is very beneficial for the atmosphere. So number one, that would be the first point that I would make about it. Maybe on that tangent, I forgot point number two, Drew. That's my apologies.
Listen, this is live remote stuff, so it's easy to get off track. I get off track all the time, by the way. But yeah, so the hard work ethic and the similar style of being as people around here, these hardworking people. So people recognize that. One thing I always said about West Virginians and specifically Roane Countyans is, without getting too R-rated, we have a pretty good BS meter.
Okay, yeah.
We have a pretty good BS meter, and we can call it and see it very quickly. And if you're one of us, then it's very easily seen in just how you behave, how you treat other people, and how you interact with other people.
That's a very interesting point. Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly, yeah.
So you get here, and you start the practice, and then immediately you find another building, and I tell you what, by the way, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, that new building over there where Dr. Radow's office used to be, for many of you out there who know. That's where Joel Baker Law is located right now, is right there on Main Street, and it's a beautiful building.
And, I believe, Drew, I don't handle the social media at the office, but I'm pretty certain that you can see the renovation process that the office staff had posted along the way. So if you want to get on there and just check it out, take a quick look around, the people out there will be able to see what all we've done. And,
I tried to figure out the color that scheme. I asked Taylor what the color scheme was. She gave me it. It was very soothing. I'll tell you that, whatever the color was.
I don't recall the exact color, but the whole color scheme, my wife and I, we love to travel, whether it's with or without the kids, depending on the schedule and their times of year, things like that. And we have spent a couple of summers in Maine, and I really kind of wanted the color scheme to be kind of New England-y. And then still, I think the old brick buildings very naturally fit into that. Yeah. And so that's kind of the theme we had inside, but it's very still comforting in small town. We love it.
Yeah, I tell you, it is a beautiful location. So let's talk about your law practice, actually. We're going to get into some really cool stuff that is just now happening that's made you way busier. But generally speaking, what are the areas of law that you concentrate on with your clients here in Roane County?
Drew, this is probably the most frequently asked question that I get. What area of the law do you work in? And over the years, I've done a little bit of everything, and I've narrowed it down. The more successful that I've become, I've been able to be more selective and do the things that I enjoy doing. So the main focus of the office right now is we handle real estate transactions, both from, buyers' perspectives, sellers' perspectives, lenders who are looking for an office that knows that we can get the job done quickly and easily with the least amount of hassle on their part. We also are assisting various real estate brokers, kind of just trying our best to make their lives easier because it's a stressful enough job as it is. You have people to pacify and you're putting out fires all day long, and the last thing I want to do is our office to be another problem they have to deal with. So we try to take as much off their plate as we can. That's our main area of focus. I love doing adoptions. This is probably the most rewarding work that I do.
I think that speaks to who you are as a human being again. Again, not all lawyers are sleazebags, folks. I'm telling you, there are benevolent human beings out there.
Well, thank you, Drew. You flatter me, but just to touch a little more on the adoptions, I always try to get those scheduled first thing on a Monday morning or last thing on a Friday because you're either starting or ending your weekend with the perfect situation. So, that really speaks to me. I love doing it. We do quite a bit of personal injury work. If somebody's been hurt, if they're in a car accident or, surgery gone wrong, things like that we try to take care of and help people as much as we can. Most of the other stuff we kind of shy away from. If it's not real estate related or, we don't do any kind of family law. That's a frequent question that I get asked. I really wish I did because there's such a demand for it. But it's just something that I've never done, never had an interest in. But we need someone good to come to town who handles those things. So hopefully, I know that Mort probably does a little bit, but a good family attorney here, would really help the community.
Joel's recruiting for a lawyer, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. So people quit asking him.
It would free up my phone lines.
We got some people tuning in here and just saying, go Joel, we are blessed to have you and your legal team here in Spencer. So wonderful things.
Oh, my gosh, man, that makes my day to hear.
Yeah.
It makes my day.
Well, like I said, real knows real. Roane County knows Roane Countyans, even if you're not born and raised here. So you're a practicing lawyer here in the county, in the city of Spencer. I'm going to completely switch topics.
Of course.
Because
this kind of terrifies me. I don't know what's coming up, but
listen,
go ahead.
The first time I ever met Joel Baker, officially met Joel Baker, was after a fight night that we hosted at Roane County High School. It was Mr. Shepard who hosted those things, and I met you. And I found out through that situation with Josh Downey, who knew you, that you were a fighter.
Saying it that way, it sounds more prestigious than it is. I promise. It's like when I go down and work out in the mornings. I'm an early riser. I'm up at 4:30 every day. I'll go get on the treadmill for a little bit. That's like saying when I'm on the treadmill, I'm running, because I'm not really. I may do some jogging, but I'm not running. So I don't know that you could ever really classify me as a fighter. I was a little tiny kid growing up, I think, and you never know what to look at me now. I'm still short, but, in high school, my senior year, I wrestled 119 pounds. I was a small kid, so I always did weight-based sports, including wrestling and boxing. So it's something I enjoyed, did as an amateur for a while here and there. Different times in my life, I would take it much more serious than others, and then decided I wanted to have a couple of pro fights, did that. Learned that to be a pro fighter, you really need to only fight. You don't need to practice law instead and have kids. But I had a lot of fun doing it. I'm the kind of guy that I'm always looking for something exciting and adventurous. That's why we travel the way we do and do the extreme hikes and whatever. I mean, I like challenges, and I like to be able to just feel a sense of accomplishment, whether it's at work or whether it's, I want to do the best. So it's always just kind of about pushing myself and discovering more about really who I am, and those are the ways that I choose to do it.
Well, there's nothing more challenging and nothing more revealing about yourself and who you are than getting hit in the face.
You find out a lot about who you are.
The greatest quote that I've ever heard from Mike Tyson is, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's it.
And as someone who attempted to do a little bit of boxing in college, when I got in the ring and got hit in the face a few times, that changed my perspective on life.
Yeah.
It is. It's very interesting, though, that you would say it that way, because that reveals a lot of things about yourself. In whatever way people want to do that stuff. Obviously, I took a run across the country to challenge myself in a different way like that.
It's one of my favorite stories to hear you talk about. I love it. I love that.
And that's the way. Everybody has their way of doing that, going outside of their normal comfort zone or their box or whatever you want to call it, to challenge yourself in a way. And it probably, in some sort of way, makes you a better human being, a better man, a better father, a better husband, better employee, a better worker. By challenging yourself those ways. And it was just, when I heard that, I was like, this guy's a lawyer and he fights. It's such an interesting dichotomy to me. We had a couple of kids here a few years ago, Joel, who were tremendous golfers, right? They helped us win 4 state titles in a row.
Let me pause you right there. I'm sorry to interrupt your flow, but if I don't say this, I'll forget, I promise. Just like point 2 earlier, I couldn't remember. So in addition to being like, I'm going to further the gap about not being your typical lawyer, I do not golf. So that's another question I get asked regularly. So
listen, we're going to try to break you of that, by the way.
Good luck.
We got plans.
I have too many hobbies to incorporate golf. It's too time consuming. Well, anyway, go ahead.
We had 3 boys, and the older 2 boys were twins, and they helped us win 4 state golf titles at Roane County. First
That's incredible.
Ever. And both of them were absolutely tremendous wrestlers.
Wow.
You take golf and wrestling; those 2 sports
just
are
opposite
divergent.
ends of the spectrum, yeah.
And they were great at both of them, and that just it makes me think. I'm like, okay, yeah, getting punched in the face and being a lawyer, whatever, Oh, you're metaphorically punched in the face in the courtroom once in a while, but so you're here now, Joel, and you've established some roots here. This festival, is this something you're familiar with, or is this something brand new to you?
Of course. No, this is something that. So I've been in Ripley since 2015. I've been practicing law since 2007. So I mean, I've been at this a long time.
Yeah.
But came to Ripley in 2015. And from there I started familiarizing myself with the area. And when I left Ripley, there's a very specific reason that I came to Spencer, obviously. But of course, we're familiar with the festival. As a matter of fact, you've seen the conference room table in my office. That was hand-built for me by a really good friend of mine who, when I told him the name of the town I was coming to, he built me that table and put black walnut in the middle of it for me. So that's why.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why.
It's an impressive table,
It's a
by the
piece of
way.
artwork. Yeah, I mean, I love it. He did a great job on it, but it's true to this town. I love it. I love things like that,
Yeah, that is really, really neat. I did not know that backstory. How come you didn't tell me that when I was there first time?
I feel like I tell that story every day. I'm surprised you haven't heard it.
Maybe you did tell me. Sometimes I have selective attention problems where
Yeah,
I can't
don't believe
remember
that.
anything that's happening to me. So the festival is here, obviously. You're in town for the festival. You're right there. This will be the second year that you've actually had the festival on your front door. Last year it would have been right beside us.
Yes.
And then this year you're on Main Street. Are you guys looking forward to like the Kids Day Parade, the Grand Parade? Is there anything you guys are doing at the business for the festival? I know you're helping sponsor the festival, number one.
So yeah, we like to help out the community as much as we can. Any opportunity that we get to help, whether it's through radio ads or sponsoring the festival or whatever the case may be, we donated the football team yesterday, and then it's just we love it. We love helping out any way we can. We sponsor a little league team. I mean, anything specific for the festival? No, we just show up, we participate, we have a good time. We eat tacos at JoJo's. We go. I've had a couple of the turkey sandwiches. They're incredible over at Gill's. So, I mean, yeah, we're enjoying it. Yeah. We're enjoying it, especially around lunchtime.
Are you open though right now? So you're working.
Well, I mean, not really. I work, man. I love to work.
Yes.
So I came over to obviously talk to you, but I had some things to do. So today, it's more of just an office day. Let's catch our breath. And everybody kind of regroup, take it easy. If you don't want to be in town, guys, go home. I don't care. I have a few things I need to take care of. So open, yeah, but not really. Just kind of chilling out and enjoying the atmosphere.
Not normal open. You mentioned the real estate stuff that you guys do. And, of course, you've brought on a couple of people. One I'm obviously very familiar with in Kristen, but and Tad and those people. And you guys hit the ground running with this stuff, and you guys are happily busy, I would say. Just talking with Kristen, she's like, oh, I've got so many of these things already here, so many closings, this and that. And I'm like, well, is it good, bad, or? She said, oh, it's fantastic. Absolutely loves that you guys are able to do that stuff. Did you anticipate it being this crazy immediately?
Not immediately. I knew that we would grow into that because I have a growth mindset. You know, I knew that's where we would wind up. Number one, it's so good to have people like Kristen around you. I believe that you surround yourself with good people, good things happen. And a lot of that's reflective on the way you communicate and deal with everybody. And we just have a true kind of whistle while you work environment. And we love it. We have a good time every day, day in, day out. They'll probably tell you their best days are when I'm in court somewhere else. But, you know, we have a great time there. It's not like work. So, it's just, and surrounding yourself with someone like Kristen and Taylor and Tad, you know, those folks help make it easy and help make it that way. And they attract the right type of clientele because they know that we're professional. They know that we get our stuff done. And it just works well. We love it.
Yeah, I think that hard-working mentality that they all had.
That's
maybe
very
true. Did you recognize that in them before you wanted to bring them in, or were you rolling the dice on them?
I mean, it's more of a no. It's more of a. It's very similar to what you described about being able to spot me. It's like when you are raised under those type of conditions and just around good quality people with good ethics and character, you're able to spot it easily. And you know, the folks that you surround yourself with should exhibit the same things that you have and want, and they really do. So it jumps out when you see it.
100%.
Same with you. I mean, that's
Well, you know, I'm a country boy from Spencer, West Virginia. I try as best I can, Joel. Speaking of that, Joel is one of our sports sponsors, by the way, and that is a huge deal because people love that. I try to pull back on the country twang a little bit when I'm doing play-by-play.
I don't bother anymore.
I try, but I still, every time I go back and listen, I'm like, oh, gosh.
So I grew up in a little town in Virginia, kind of like right in the tip of Virginia called Wise, W-I-S-E, in case the folks can't understand the way I say my eyes. That's the most common complaint I get. And I grew up way back in the mountains. Went to a little tiny school, but my parents' home actually bordered the Jefferson National Forest. So I mean, you're back in the middle of the sticks, and I loved it. Like, I absolutely loved it. So I talk a little bit differently too, but it's a great place to still go, and there's no true place like home, I guess, if you really want to boil it down. But man, this is a real good close second. I love it.
I wonder if that's why you and I spoke before. I don't want to give away your entire life story.
No, it's okay. I'm an open book, man.
But you talked about, you know, I looked at the situation, and I could have been some hotshot corporate lawyer in some big city or something like that. But you said that never, ever interested you.
No.
That grind never interested you.
No, not one bit. That's kind of the path that you're led down in law school. You know, when you go to law school, you're taught by, obviously, teachers, professors, law professors, very few of which are very experienced in practicing law. And there's this myth that you need to graduate and go to this city and work for this firm in this tall building and take the elevator all the way to the top and have a mahogany desk. Like, none of that stuff matters. Like, it does not matter to me. I'm all about being able to come over here if I want to on a Friday, prop my feet up, wait on the radio stuff to come up, and come over and talk to you for a while. Go have a sandwich, chill out, go pick up my kids. You know, just normal everyday stuff, and not slaving away in a rich man's mind, as my grandfather used to say. So
there it is.
You know.
Well, you've obviously been able to be successful, though, still in what you do. You have plenty of work to keep you company, right?
Of course. That's because we're passionate. That's because I love it. I'm passionate about it. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Well, it's fantastic stuff. I got to ask you, I ask everybody that I have on here, and of course, I know all these people, these business owners, and we come talk as business to business, but I just talk to them as people I talk to anyway as friends. So I always have to ask you, since you're familiar with the Black Walnut Festival, I know we have a couple of new festival food trucks here, but do you have an all-time favorite item or food at the Walnut Festival?
Yeah, but it's one that I won't allow myself to have. It would have to be a funnel cake.
Oh,
but it's like such a rare occasion for me to actually pull the trigger and do it that it tortures me. But I like just walking by it makes my day. Like,
it would be a sugar rush for you. For
it
sure.
would put me on the concrete for sure.
Well, I tell you what, Joel, this is your hour. You can spend it with me if you'd like. If you want to work, you can do whatever you got to do. It's up to you, man.
Well, let me tell you this. I certainly appreciate you taking the time to have me over. I've
100%.
really had a good time talking. Well, we always have a good time talking to each other.
I
but
enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah, me
it's
too.
a break from work for me when I come over there, by the way.
Well, you're welcome anytime, even if I'm not there. We usually have pizza on Fridays. So
I heard about that, yeah. Backwood Ramblings Pizzas on Fridays, by the way.
Yeah, it's
I should have invited the entire public to that. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. You might see next week, you're going to see about 30 people. Hey, I thought we were having pizza today.
Usually on Fridays there's some amount of pizza there, yeah. But it's the best.
Yeah,
it's so
yeah.
good. But yeah, no, I want to let you take some time, breathe some fresh air, take in all this stuff, and give these people a break. They don't need any more of an ear beating from me for sure.
I'll tell you what. For people who don't know you, and again, like I said, you're still. I would call you still new to Roane County, even though you worked over here some, and now you're here. I would call you new, so some people may not know your face. And again, you walk down the street and see Joel, you're not going to say, who's that lawyer? That's for sure. That is not going to be the case. And
unless I'm headed to court. That's the only.
One thing I do like about that, though, is it pulls back any intimidation factor that people might have about a lawyer or an attorney. Sometimes people can be supercharged about that stuff, and you're very welcoming in your demeanor.
Well, there are a lot of things about me, Drew, that take priority over being a lawyer. Like being a good human, being just a kind person. Those come way before you get down the line to the lawyer. So that's what people experience with me first on the vast majority of occasions. So
how many people go, you're a lawyer?
All of them. All of them. They'll come into the office and see me dressed like this today and like, is the boss here or is the lawyer here? That's me.
You're looking at him.
Come on back. Yeah, that's my name on the door.
Well, Joel, you are the sponsor for this hour of content. I do appreciate
Thank
you
you
giving
so
me
much.
Of your time that you have. I want you to enjoy the festival, too. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy this beautiful Friday in Spencer, man. We're going to keep shouting out your praises, though, for the next 20 minutes.
Thank you.
And, again, folks, if you're looking for somebody, as I always say, when the numbers matter, call Joel Baker. That's for our halftime and final stats. But, again, if you're looking for some real estate help, obviously, they can come and talk to you guys.
Deeds, wills.
Yep.
Come by, say hello. Even if you don't need anything, come in and just take a look around the place. I'm sure, everybody has seen it from being Dr. Radau's office, and we still get people once in a while coming in, but they're all mesmerized by the changes. So if you're not able to get out and swing by or don't want to take the time, feel free to hop online, check out our website. It's got pictures, I'm sure, and then our Facebook page. So
yeah, very active Facebook page, Joel Baker Law's Facebook page too. And again, they follow us, we follow them, so we share a lot of their content. If anybody out there wants to try to find it, Joel Baker Law. Very easy to find. I love the logo, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I was wanting to ask, would it be possible for us to get a picture together while we're
100%,
here?
yes,
I mean,
100%.
I don't know that we need to necessarily have our listeners sit and participate on it, but I would
All
love
right,
to have
Swolby,
one.
time for you to take a picture, buddy. Swolby is my right-hand man, dude.
Stand up here.
Oh, I don't even like him, but he's okay.
I don't believe that. Look at that smile.
He's taking like 6. I could
Yeah, I
tell.
don't know. It's all right. Thanks.
There may be one usable out of that, Joel.
If not, we'll trash them all. Thanks for having me,
Joel.
Drew.
Thank you so
See
much,
you, buddy.
man. Folks, Joel Baker Law Office. That is our sponsor for this hour of content at the 70th Annual West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. Like I said, just a wonderful human being, number one. Got a shout out. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Did Dave already leave? Okay, yeah. So David Bowen dropped off again the different gospel sings that they're having. I tell you what, talk about a consummate promoter of things. He is that. Friday, again, tonight at 7 p.m. at Faith Baptist Church. It is Michael Combs and David and Sheila Bowen singing for the West Virginia Black Walnut Festival Gospel Sing. And then, of course, on Sunday, to wrap up the Walnut Festival, they're going to do the Gospel Sing at 1 p.m. on the courthouse lawn. Bring a chair. Sit down and enjoy yourself. They've got the Facemeyer family, the West Virginia Couriers, and David and Sheila Bowen will be there as well. And that's, of course, Dave dropping that off to us. And he's the best one to talk about it, but very excited about that this year. Once again, for the second year, the Gospel Sing is on a Friday. Friday night, not the normal Saturday from the many years past. So tonight is when the Gospel Sing takes place. Again, our content for this entire hour brought to you by Joel Baker Law Office. And I tell you what, Joel Baker, what a human being. And people, he says it's true. People just look at him and they don't see a lawyer. They talk to him, they don't think lawyer. But he is a great guy, number one. And he is a stellar lawyer as well. So if you guys have any real estate, deed work, anything like that, make sure you contact them. Let's talk about what is happening coming up here. We are at the 10:30 hour, so we've got or a lot of things, I should say, on the docket here for today. Obviously, the pancake breakfast is now closed for the day, but don't forget, if you didn't get your pancake breakfast this morning, 7 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, leading up to the Grand Parade, the Tour Italy group from Roane County High School will be selling the pancake breakfasts, and they are looking to try to raise money for a trip to Italy. 9 a.m. is when the art and photography show, the Ag 4-H and FFA exhibits opened up at Spencer Middle School. They are open till 6, as is the quilt and flower show down at Heritage Park. 9 to 7, the craft show at the Armory, the David Davis one-room school pictures, the flea market, all open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. The one-room school tours down at Heritage Park are open now. They'll be open until noon. They'll close down during the kids' parade today and then open back up for touring at 1 p.m. They'll be open 1 to 4. 10 a.m. is when the Train Depot Museum opens its doors. They'll be open till 4, so people want to go down and look over that and enjoy the blast from the past. The Mechanical Bull has officially been inflated, and we are ready to watch some kids get knocked off of the bull. Maybe Swolby will get knocked off the bull today. We'll see what happens. Maybe he'll talk me into doing it. Who knows? That's 10 to 4. Also, the Mountain Monsters men from the TV show are here. And where are they? Okay, yeah, they are right beside of us. Thank you, Swob. Swing the camera around there. The Mountain Monsters men are right there. I didn't know they were spitting distance from us. So those two will be there today and tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. if you want to stop down and see them. 10 a.m. is when the chainsaw artists got started again down at the Armory. The Mason-Dixon boys, they're doing some exhibitions of how they do their chainsaw carving. They also have some of their pieces for sale, and if you're looking to maybe get a personalized piece to order, you can talk with them down there at the Armory as well. The petting zoo is officially open down at Heritage Park. That's a neat thing. It is the Mountaineer Safari, and it's free to enter, by the way, but if you want your kids or something like that to have the ability to feed the animals, you have to buy a little bit of food before you go in, and that's fine. They've got it down there at the entrance to the Mountaineer Safari Petting Zoo, and that is open again from 10 a.m. this morning until 6 p.m. today. Right now, they are lining up for the Kids' Day Parade at the Walmart parking lot. So if you have entered, you need to get over there very, very quickly if you're not there already. At 11 a.m. here in about 20 minutes, the 4-H and FFA Showmanship Contest is taking place at the Roane County High School barn down on the Lick Fork side of the high school. The food court is very, very close to opening. I can smell the meats smoking right now. So all the food court truck vendors are going to be open here in 20 minutes. They'll be open throughout the day until 9 p.m. Again, the big draw today, the noon Kids Day Parade will take place. And in fact, we are only going to be live on this live set for just a little bit longer. I've got a sponsor coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll talk with First Baptist Church Pastor Mark Wood. We'll talk up until about the 11:30 time slot. Then we are going to shut everything down. We are going to make a mad dash for Main Street with all of our equipment. We're going to get set up. We're going to test the audio, and we're going to get ready to go for the Kids Day Parade. We hope it goes off without a hitch here this year. We've put together some extra troubleshooting techniques to make sure that everything goes well, so we'll try that out as well. So once the parade is over, right around 1 o'clock is when that will end. The ox roast sandwiches will be starting to be sold. Of course, everybody was clamoring for those the last couple of years, and they are back. 1 to 5 p.m. at the community building down behind us. They are selling the ox roast sandwiches. At 1 p.m. also is the first showing today of the Grandpa Cratchit Show just beside of us as well. On Court Street, they'll have 3 showings today, 1, 3, and 5 p.m. 1 o'clock also is the first session of the carnival today, open 1 to 5, and then the evening session is 6 p.m. to 10. Again, today is wristband $20 for the afternoon and $20 for the evening session. You can buy 20 tickets for $25 or 1 ticket for $1.50. And again, if you are planning on going to both the afternoon and the evening session and you want to save a little bit of money, keep the wristband that you buy for the afternoon session on your wrist. If you show back up in the evening session and you show them the afternoon wristband, you get a wristband sold for only $10 to the evening session. That'll take place today, by the way, and tomorrow they are going to do that special as well. Live music on the main stage for the evening session at 7 o'clock. It'll be Hunter Girl, a rising country music band, taking the stage at 7 o'clock, and then John Morgan will take the stage at 8:30 tonight. So live music as well going to be going on at the main stage. And again, don't forget, speaking of live music, the gospel sing that we just talked about at 7 p.m. at Faith Baptist Church, just barely out of town on Arnoldsburg Road at Faith Baptist. And it will be David and Sheila Bowen and Michael Combs for that. That is what is happening here today at the Black Walnut Festival. Let's go ahead, by the way, and take a look at what is on tap as well for tomorrow. Right, bright and early, once again, tomorrow morning, directly across from us on Church Street is the Pancake Breakfast once again. The Tour Italy group of Roane County High School is going to be running that. 9 o'clock in the morning, bright and early, the grand parade lineup begins down at Handy Mart, the COA, and Washington Park. So if you have any business to attend to down there, you need to get it taken care of either today or before 9 o'clock tomorrow, because that place is going to get crazy very quickly. Again, 9 a.m. is the start time for the Quilt and Flowers Show, the Art and Photography Show, the Agriculture 4-H and FFA exhibits, the Craft Show, the one-room school pictures from David Davis, the flea market, all of that going on again tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. down towards the parade lineup as well. The one-room school tours tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon. They'll stop at noon to 2 for the parade, and then they'll reopen for tours from 2 to 4 p.m. Mechanical Bull, Mountain Monsters Men, all open at 10 a.m. tomorrow as well, as is the information booth that is opening up right now as well, just directly beside of us. And 10 a.m. is good for the chainsaw artists, the Mason-Dixon Boys. The petting zoo will be open at 10 a.m. again tomorrow. The carnival tomorrow will be open earlier. It will be open 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow, and then 6 p.m. to close. The prices tomorrow, it is $20 for a wristband tomorrow morning, and then $25 for the wristband for the evening session. But again, you want to go to both, make sure you keep your wristband on from the morning session. You'll get it for $10 in the evening. The food courts, again, open tomorrow, 11 to 9. The Grand Parade taking place on Main Street and on the bypass at noon. Grandpa Cratchit once again tomorrow, 1, 3, and 5 p.m. The museum open up for the Train Depot Museum, 2 to 5 tomorrow. Live music tomorrow at the main stage. Let's talk about that. So today at 2 p.m. and then a local musician of our own in Ryan Erickson and his group Dalcord will play at 4:30 p.m. and things will finish off with the main stage artist Duquesne at 7 o'clock p.m. That is the music on the live main stage on Saturday as well. Don't forget, once the festival Grand Parade is finished, a lot of the bands are going to be heading out towards Roane County High School to County Stadium. The band and majorette competition will take place tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. out at County Stadium. And then at 6:30 p.m., lots of stuff going on out at the high school. At 6:30 p.m. tomorrow evening, the 4-H FFA livestock sale will be taking place. That is what is on tap over the next 2 days of this wonderful 70th West Virginia Black Walnut Festival. If anyone has any questions, go ahead and let us know on the comments section of the video. We'll be glad to take your questions. I've got all sorts of information to give to you if you need it. If you're looking for a specific event, where it is, what time it is open, how long it is open, you can ask us on the live stream. Once again, coming up here in the next half hour, I'll be speaking with First Baptist Church Pastor Mark Wood. But again, we are sponsored throughout this entire hour by Joel Baker Law Office. And if you need any work done, make sure you get over there and see Joel Baker. Going to step aside for just a second, be back with more coverage of the festival. Check, check, check. Check, check. Hello? Okay. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. They said they're not hearing it up there. So they can't hear me up at the main speakers up on Main Street. That's what we need. Oh, okay, hold on. The music's still on. Can you hear the music? No, they can't hear the music. On the Main Street? He hears the news. Well, it's us. Yeah, we're on the news right now. So if they're playing the station, it's news right now. Is it loud? He said it doesn't sound like it's coming from up there. You or the music? The music. Or the news right now. Where do you hear it from? I don't know. I don't know. Is it just turned down a little bit or something like that?
Well, it's the same level it always is. I mean,
Same level?
yeah, I can turn it up. I mean, that's not an issue.
He said he can turn it up if you need him to try to turn it up.
Have him call my cell phone and I'll go in there and then.
Yeah, hey, do this. I'm going to give you Rob's cell phone number so you can talk directly with him. Oh, you got it? Okay, so call him and you can talk directly with him. All right, because I got to get on with my 11 o'clock. I hung up on me. I got your stuff, by the way. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep.
I just came back. How long are you going to be with John?
Who?
He knows me as John.
Oh, I didn't. I was like, what? I'll be with him.
What do you call him?
I call him Pastor Mark.
Okay.
I'm John Mark.
John Mark.
I didn't know.
That's another biblical character.
Yeah.
I just see Jay Markwood before.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got him from 11 to 11:30, and then we're shutting down and we're running up there.
Okay. Well,
And then we're running back here. Now I do have, I believe, a 2:30 possible. 'Cause I don't think Patch is coming at 2:30 because it came at 8 this morning.
2:30.
Yeah.
I may try to be here at 2:30 then.
If you're walking around, just keep walking and looking, and you'll see if I'm.
All right. Yeah. We'll
You
do.
know me.
Well, yeah, and you know me. But yeah, I told the other fellow if you'll announce that during
Got
the
it.
parade, and you know, maybe just sometime if I don't show up, then just
The Main Street area, we are trying to get two things happening at once here. Number one, we're trying to do a sound check for the possibility of check, check. There it is. I might go live with Pastor Mark Wood on the Main Street speakers. I'll wait until they finish. Oh, I absolutely love technology until I hate it. It is a crazy, crazy thing to have technology in this day and age. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work. I want to say thank you to our sponsor for this half hour of content, both on the radio and on our live streaming Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, whatever else Joe McDonald put us on for the radio station. We are live, and it is First Baptist Church. And we are very happy to be joined once again this year. We'll be joined by Pastor Mark Wood twice, once right before the Kids' Day Parade and once right after the Kids' Day Parade. Number one, Pastor Mark, thank you guys for joining us for an hour today. And we hope that the Black Walnut Festival has not been too much of an inconvenience for the church people.
Oh, no, not at all. And good morning, and thank you for allowing us to be here with you guys today. And a little bit of convenience is worth it.
Yes.
It's really worth it. We love our community. We love to see people getting together and enjoying themselves, and we'll survive.
We will survive. That is a good song, by the way. Pastor Mark, obviously, each year we've spoken to you now for the last two about, number one, the Black Walnut Festival itself, number two, First Baptist Church and the mission that you guys have. And let's just talk right about what is the latest news from First Baptist Church. What are you guys involved in most recently? Obviously, we know the devastation down in the southern states. I know that you guys are involved in trying to help get some assistance for that, but I'll let you guys talk about what First Baptist Church is doing right now.
Well, right now, as you had mentioned, our focus is on trying to get some aid together for those that have faced both Helene and now Milton, and we're working with some of our sister churches in the state in order to be able to gather up some materials that will be needed initially. And we realize, being from an area that's subject to floods at times, that this is a long-term effort.
Yeah.
So we're not trying to do everything we can in the first couple of weeks. We realize that we're going to have a bit of a responsibility over the next few years. And that will possibly involve some trips down into North Carolina and maybe some other places that we'll be able to coordinate with those that would like to volunteer to go down and do some hands-on work.
Just extreme devastation, number one, in the Asheville, North Carolina area. That's a main focus, but a lot of western North Carolina, down into Tennessee and Georgia, and even the northern part of Florida, where Helene really did a lot of damage. But now you look at Milton coming through as well. So the prayers are obviously going out, but more than that, even there is going to be some mobilization, not just from state and federal government agencies, but individuals, communities, churches are a huge organization to try to help with these relief efforts.
Oh, absolutely. And we realize we have a responsibility here for the community that we live and work in. But we always say our mission is not only around the globe, but around the corner as well. So.
And it's very important, and that's one thing that I love about the church families around here, be it our church or any others, in times of need, be it far away or more local into the state or the community that we serve. The churches are always great to get together and mobilize in certain ways.
Yeah, we were even able to help when they had the wildfires in Hawaii. They didn't send me on a mission trip there, but
you were hoping for a mission trip over there.
But we like to do our part, and we encourage other people to do their part as well. And that's just the way we found that it's just our responsibility to look out for one another.
I was talking, and I was listening to you talk last Sunday, and you said your wife's parents were down in the Florida area. Any updates on that?
They are on their way back home this morning. They went north and west of their location, which is right outside of Tampa. They went to Dothan, Alabama, and spent a couple of days there to get out of harm's way. But her father had cameras installed there at their home, and he was able to keep an eye on everything while they were gone, and it looked good, so he was heading back today.
Well, that's positive vibes
That
for
is.
that, you know,
That
because many places down there obviously not going to be very lucky, and you just hope for the best, you pray for the best, and safety and comfort for everybody who is down there, and quick recovery, as quick as it can possibly be done. As you mentioned, though, with some of the ravaging down there, it's going to be years for them to try to get back to senses of normalcy, and that's hard to deal with. But on top of that, you know, when you're talking about supplies and things like that, are you guys able to be in contact with, let's say, religious people down in that area that can, you know, kind of provide some opportunities for whatever is needed otherwise?
Sure. There are some organizations that are already Christian organizations, relief agencies that are already on the ground down there, and we can make initial contacts with them. But what we hope to be able to do in the long term is develop some relationship with some churches and kind of work through them and let them be the place of mobilization and bring teams in as needed and work on some specific projects.
Well, it's not all about times of crisis, obviously, when you talk about church. Pastor Mark, you've been at First Baptist Church now for some time.
8 years.
8 years. It's been a very good addition to our church here.
Well, thank you.
And our communities, obviously. It's not all about doom and gloom. Sometimes it's about uplifting and positivity here.
Absolutely.
And you have the opportunity to do that as well in this community.
Absolutely. One of the really neat things that we're doing this time of year is we have a program called the Fifth Quarter, and that is after the Roane County High School home football games. We open up the church downstairs dining area, and it becomes a eatery and game room, and we've got ping pong, foosball, cornhole, giant Jenga, and all the food you could possibly eat. And the kids come in after the home game, and they sign them in, sign them out. Parents are confident, you know, when they drop them off there, or the kids come on their own.
you got to build them back up with some fun times, but it's been pretty good times for Roane County football over the last few years. With all those things in the community-based organization, what you guys are trying to do, and that's something that I really like about what you've instituted, is not staying stagnant as to where we are as a church, and okay, we are who we are. These are who we have in our facility, and these are our members, and these are the people that attend. No, you are actively trying to get out into the community, and that's part of what your job is, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've always heard it this way: if you're not moving forward, you're moving backwards. And I think as a church, we're a stakeholder in our community, and we kind of need to set the example for everybody else. So if we sit back and rest on our laurels, then we're not going to make any of the kind of progress that we need to make, whether it's as a church or as a community.
Well, my dad told me this one time, and I don't know if he's speaking the truth or he heard somebody or he misinterpreted something, but he always told me that there is no better zealot than a heathen converted. Yeah. Now, I am not going to dare call you a heathen converted, but last Sunday you also said if you were to talk to any of the people who went to high school with me, and they said, and you said that Mark Wood is a preacher, they would have not believed you.
Right. And it wasn't because I was a bad guy or anything like that. It was just I was not as straight-laced as as you might expect somebody to be, but you know, I had my good times and fun, and you know, jokester, prankster, all of those kind of things were a part of my past, and to for them to see me doing what I'm doing now, it's actually amazing to them.
I tell you,
And,
we had a good conversation with you last year, and we talked about the navigational beacons that got you to where you are here. It went through some wrestling situations,
some wrestling,
some
and stand-up comedy. I've always had this desire that if there's something that I want to do, I'm going to at least try it once, because I don't want to leave with no regrets. So I don't know what the future holds as far as that. I've actually been able to do some acting recently.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, I did a Christmas film 2 years ago, faith-based Christmas film called Hank's Christmas Wish. And that aired last Christmas, and I really, really enjoyed doing that. And I just got word today, I did another film about a year ago, and it premieres the end of this month, and it's called Faith, Family, and Football. And it tells the story of Bill Hanlon and Jody Moat from St. Mary's High School.
Yeah.
And Dean Cain is in it from Superman, from Adventures of Lois and Clark, and Jim McMahon from the Chicago Bears. So I got the word today that the final production is done on it, and the date's been set for the premiere, so I'm looking forward to going to that.
You are rubbing elbows with some stars right now. And again, as he said, he keeps an open mind, never knows where his path is going to lead him. Well, one place it has led you is to becoming a preacher of the faith. And I'll tell you what, you are quite adept at that. I don't know if it is your ability in the past in stand-up, standing in front of people and speaking. Oftentimes people don't know that takes a lot of time, effort, practice, repetition.
Yes.
But you also have to know what you're speaking about, and that's what you've done.
Yeah. And there's some similarities, too, in that with preaching. It's a new message every week, and you can't tell the same jokes every time in front of the same audience over and over. It's different, in music. You could do the same songs again. Everybody's like requesting the same song over and over again, but it's the creativity part that I love. I love what I do for the reason of salvation and all of that. But I love the creativity of what I'm able to do too, and it keeps me hopping.
You've been in this business for quite a while.
Yeah.
You came to us 8 years ago, as you mentioned. Preachers often. I don't want to put you on any spot whatsoever. Preachers often find callings in their lives in different places, and so oftentimes you see people move and change churches and find different places. Is that something that you always have an open mind to, or?
Well, yeah, you have to. I always say that I'm at a place until God moves me, or the church moves me, whichever comes first. And your father was very instrumental in getting me here, and we had some really good conversations, and I'm in no hurry to leave Spencer, I'll tell you that.
Well, good. I didn't want to put you on the spot. We were just making sure here. Obviously, First Baptist Church is in a pretty good place right now. It's just like anything else. It goes through thin times, fruitful times.
Yep.
But in the end, the faith is what keeps you there. The faith is what keeps that church going. So what is on tap for First Baptist Church? What do you foresee over the next couple of years? Is there any changes, any additions to be made? I know, again, the community outreach is number one for you guys, trying to do that. Of course, you mentioned the fifth quarter thing. Right. Is there anything else that as a church family you guys are looking forward to?
Sure. We started in March of this year it's a separate church plant, even though it meets in our facility. It's called The Table, and it's called a community dinner fellowship. And we gather on every Monday evening at 5:30, and we have a church service around a meal. And that has been very successful for us. We have on average around 50 people attend, and these are not First Baptist people. These are people from our community that we have not been able to reach in other ways. And they're coming in and they're having a meal, they're having a conversation, they're being engaged with the gospel message. And we look forward to being able to grow that more in the upcoming year.
Is that something that came from you guys yourselves, or is that something you guys have seen other places?
Well, there is a dinner. It's called Dinner Church, and there is a dinner church movement across the country. We're not the only ones that do this, but we were looking for a way that we could. Because we're always trying to reach people that we're not able to reach, and we're looking for unique ways to do that. We can always change the method, but never change the message. And started looking through the scripture, and it's amazing how many times we find Jesus sitting down at a table eating with someone as he teaches and talks with them. And it's like, duh, why did we think about that? So we started doing some research and made some connections and read some books and went to a conference. And the next thing you know, we're doing this, and it actually works. You can come and have dinner and go to church at the same time. It's all wrapped around each other. It's not a dinner, then you hear a sermon, or you hear a sermon and eat a dinner.
Yeah.
The dinner is the main message.
Well, one thing that is obviously, it gets lost in the hectic days that we have these times, and it's rural and urban. It doesn't matter where you live. The dinner table itself, what used to be a time for family, and again, as you mentioned, fellowship and sharing, whether it be just sharing the things that have happened to you today, be it the kids or the parents, that's being lost.
Right.
Often it's just go, 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 and that's a huge part of, I think, building that family, would be a church family or just an individual family, that is good to have and bring back in some sort of way, because it gives people the opportunity to let their guard down and just be relaxed around a good meal and not be, I don't want to say pushed into something or preached at, but giving them an opportunity to come in and see that.
Yeah, and we went through a period there just a few years ago where we were separated from each other, and that created a big void in people's lives. And even though things are got better and we could get back around, people were kind of hesitant still, because we had gone so long. And this has proven to be a real good opportunity to get some people together, get them out of their houses, and just get them engaging with one another again.
Always try to take a silver lining out of negativity. Obviously, COVID was terrible for many involved. We lost many people, and it was bad. But through that and that separation, you guys, you roll with the punches. You created the online streams. So Sunday mornings, people who may not be able to make it to church, they are able to tune in through social media and listen to the morning sermons and the messages, listen to the music and all that. And you guys have become very active in social media just to try and find another way to reach out to members, or maybe people who could be members.
Right, and we're kind of like what you said when we came on. We're on all these different things. I don't even know everything that we're on, but we're trying our best to reach as many people as we can, and that's why we partner with you guys. Yeah. We're on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. every Sunday morning, and that's a way, that we reach people that don't have social media or don't have the internet. They still have a radio.
Yeah, and it's crazy. It seems crazy to me, and I'm the one who owns the station, but we have a really healthy fan base for those Sunday morning sermons, and of course the Dave Bowen Gospel Hour, listening to some good old-fashioned gospel music, and we have a really, really significant audience for that. We have a lot of people, as you mentioned, who may not have computers, social media, an elder crowd, maybe shut-ins, people who their only real access is the radio, and they love those Sunday mornings.
Absolutely. And I don't know if I ever shared this with you, but I received a letter at the church from someone in Fairmont, West Virginia, that heard our radio broadcast. Now, the planets must have been perfectly aligned for the signal to get up there that clear.
Well, we have streaming online, so.
But no, this was radio.
This was on the radio.
This was on the radio. Yeah, this.
Wow.
Yes.
On a clear night years ago, I think maybe Marion County, but okay, yeah, that's good. We had a good day then. I did not know that.
Yeah, so it surprised me. It actually surprised me that, but they had caught our broadcast and wanted to drop us a note to let us know that they were appreciative of the message they heard that day, and that kind of sealed it for us that, hey, we need to keep this radio thing going.
100%. And I'm glad that happens. I love that. A lot of times when I have to cover on Sunday mornings, I'm inundated with the gospel on Sunday mornings. I get it for 4 hours, and it's wonderful for me. Oftentimes I find myself, I'm as guilty as anybody else. I find myself not allowing the time to slow down and sit down and just imbibe some stuff like that.
Right.
And it forces me. It forces my hand. I kind of enjoy working Sunday mornings sometimes.
Yeah.
Because it's not often I get to.
Well, I find myself tuning in before our services to some of the other programming because I need to get fed too.
Yes, yeah. That's the thing. People I've talked that you as a preacher, people often look to you.
Right.
They look to you.
Yeah.
They look to you.
Yeah.
They want comfort. They want faith. They want the message. They want all this stuff. How do you get it yourself?
Well, like I said, I'll listen in to some other people's broadcasts. I'll watch live streaming Sunday afternoon for some of our other local churches. I do a lot of conferences sometimes to get away for a week or something just to fill the tank up again. Yep. It's something you have to be very mindful of. Or the next thing you know, you're dragging and you're not able to help anybody.
It's a pretty strong burden to bear to be someone who is the leader of a church.
Yeah, I don't have any special instinct, but I do have a ability to be able to look out at the congregation and I can just feel the burdens that everybody is bearing, and that's hard for me sometimes to try to deal with. Because I know what it's like to hurt, and you multiply that by 80 or 100 people, and I'm thinking, boy, I got to say the right thing today.
The pressure's on.
The pressure is really on. I want to be able to speak the truth, but I want to be able to speak the truth in love, and I want to encourage everybody that walks through there, so that when they walk out with a better attitude than when they came in. And they're ready to tackle whatever it is they're dealing with.
Fantastic stuff. We're going to continue talking with Pastor Mark Wood at the 1 o'clock hour when we come back from the Kids Day Parade. Before we go, though, we'll give an opportunity to talk about the services at First Baptist Church. We'll go through the Sunday morning, the Sunday evening, Wednesday, whatever you want to.
Sure. We start on Sunday mornings at 9:45. We have Sunday school for all ages. Then our morning worship service is at 10:45. And then at noon, we have our children and youth ministries. They both meet afterwards for about an hour. There's usually a lunch or a snack that's involved there with that. Tuesday mornings, let's go back to Monday. Monday is the table at 5:30, dinner fellowship. Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock is ladies' Bible study. Then at 11 o'clock, we have a program called Aging Gracefully. It's exercise to increase your balance and strength by sitting in a chair, and you do exercises. And there's a whole group of people that come in for that. And then Wednesday evening we have Bible study and prayer meeting at 6 o'clock. And then we do on Thursdays at 11, Journey Through the Bible. One book of the Bible every week. For an overview, we're just getting ready to start the New Testament, and we'll finish that sometime after the first of the year.
First Baptist Church, if you guys want, go in and find any of those things that they have to offer.
Love to have you.
Absolutely. We're going to continue this conversation, though, with Pastor Mark Wood, who should say Pastor J. Mark Wood. I should. Now that I know what the J stands for, we're going to come back at 1 o'clock with Pastor Mark, and we'll continue talking about what First Baptist Church is doing, what Pastor Mark is doing, and his continued movement of trying to draw the faith out of people here in Roane County.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff, folks. We are going to break away for just about a half hour. We're going to go get ourselves set up on the main stage on Main Street, and we're going to get set to cover the 2024 Kids Day Parade here at the